Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Tyson get right. Hold all the way. He's looking right.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wampo, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Welcome to the best 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours of sports you can find anywhere on your airwaves. This is today's Sports Live on the only station committed to bringing you premium news, premium talk, and premium sports. This is the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM. Right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. I am of your wallet. You can call me the sports chef. As always, I am ready to dice, slice, season, and spice up your afternoon with hot talking points from the ever-exciting world of sport. We've got 5 hours to talk sports all the way from other sports till we get to Nigerian football, where the guys in the second half will dissect and give you the best you can find anywhere in the world. Yes, we start off with tennis. We've got athletics on the menu as well, Formula 1 on the menu as well, basketball on the menu as well, boxing, big names making rounds in that sport as well. So we'll dissect all that, and I've got the gent in the studio ready to throw his own spice and everything nice on the stew we've got for you this afternoon. Osas Hinwi joins me on the show. Osas, good afternoon to you and welcome.
A very good afternoon to you, Uvie Wallace, and good afternoon to the city of Port Harcourt. Happy Sunday to each and every one of you out there. I believe you must have been in the presence of the Lord today. What a way to start the week. It's the very first day of the week, and starting it in the presence of God is one of the best things you can ever long for. I don't want to sound too spiritual at this point, but yes, spiritually, stability is one thing you attain by always being in the presence of God, and another is always keeping yourself in and around everything that happens in the world of sports, because sports is life. Obviously, is life. We sit here to take you through the rendezvous. We sit here to take you through the ups and downs when it has to do with sports. Of your Wallace, we're making it big these days in athletics. When I say we, I'm talking about Team Nigeria. I'm talking about the entire athletics federation or fraternity right here in Nigeria, making it big. So what we did at the Glasgow 2026 Commonwealth Games, and still going on right there in Oregon at the World Under 20 Championships. And you can always single out names, the likes of Jessica Orji already with a gold medal from there. And Miracle Ezechuku is, I don't know if to call her the new Eze Express, the way we have the Toby Express. She's been a phenomenon. She's been an individual, a special one to talk about at this point. I saw what she did for Team Nigeria at the 4x100 meters. Would have been out of the final, but she had to run the race of her life, 9.81 seconds. You know what it is for a lady to go sub 10 in 100 meters. It's not a mean feat. 9.84 seconds. She did it. I saw her breezing past a lot of persons, and if maybe about 2 or 3 seconds were added, I think she would have come in second place ahead of Jamaica. But it was a beautiful race there as she ended it as the anchor of that particular one. So it's great to be here with your Wallace. I always love talking sports. I always love talking it with you. I don't want your head to grow big anyway, but that's what it is. It is what it is. Good afternoon to you once more, and happy Sunday.
Yeah, happy Sunday to you as well, too, Osas. Well, you can also join in on the show. It's never complete without you, the callers, without you, the audience, as this show is very much interactive, and we would like you to join in on the show at any point in time. The phone line is 08109510951. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it's 0701-933-9962. You want to give your thoughts, you want to give your opinions on any topic as we go along on the show, you can call in, and I will pick the call and your voice will be heard. Well, those aren't the only ways to reach us. The YouTube, if you want to see how lovely we're looking this Sunday afternoon, go to YouTube Live at Today951 FM on Facebook. Yes, it's the first half of the show, so we start off with other sports. And it's fencing, as Adenika Samuel, the president of the Nigerian Fencing Federation, has been elected president of the Commonwealth Fencing Federation, CFF, becoming the first Nigerian and African to lead the body. He defeated incumbent Marie-France Defoe 14 votes to 6 at the Federation's annual general meeting at Rugby School, Nigeria, Atlantic City on Saturday, 8 2026. The election comes as Nigeria hosts the senior and veteran Commonwealth Fencing Championships in Nigeria with more than 20 nations participating. The championships also mark the first time under 23 and wheelchair fencing events will count as medal competitions, expanding the event's inclusivity. Samuel's election follows Nigeria's growing role in international fencing under his leadership. The country has hosted the IFIE sanctioned Junior World Cups and African Championships and has become the first African nation to stage the Senior Commonwealth Fencing Championships. Now over to athletics, as Nigeria booked sports into relay finals at the World Athletics Under-20 Championships in Eugene. The women's 4x400 quartet of Becky Ebiyade, Jencinta Lawrence, Tejiri Praise Ugo, and Faith Ezechiku ran a season best of 3 minutes 35.28 seconds to finish third in the heat and advance. The 4x100 team went one better with real dramas. Anchor Oluebube Ezechiku overturned a near 20-meter deficit to peep the United States by just 0.02 seconds and steal the final automatic qualifying spot. But it wasn't all good news as Miracle Ezechiku disqualified from the 200-meter semi-final for a lane infringement after appearing to qualify for the final. And Nigeria's protest for reinstatement was rejected. Osas, lots of positives apart from Miracle Ezechiku being disqualified. The 4x100, Ebiyade, Lawrence, Wigo, Faith Ezechiku, a season's best for them. Third in their heat behind Italy and Great Britain. The 4x100, Ugo, Lucy Nwanko, Chigozie Nwanko, Oluwebube Ezechiku, 43.65 seconds, edging the USA 43.67 just by 0.02 seconds. We also had Success Oyibo, who is also true to the 200-meter final. Pride in the relay squads, and you're looking at the under 20 and the depth. What does this depth mean for Nigeria heading into future global championships? And your take on the under 20 championship so far and Nigeria's performance?
Yeah, it's been an amazing performance from Team Nigeria, most especially on the tracks right there at the World Under-20 Championships, and it's only beaming a very, very productive and bright future for Nigerian athletics as we look forward. Now, if you look at all of these guys, they are pretty young. The likes of Miracle Oluebube Ezechiku, she's 19 years of age. What more can you expect from a team like this? Success Oyibo in that particular team also, and you could look at it and say the future is pretty bright. From the male side of things, you've got Tejiri Godwin also in that one. Chigozie Rosemary Nwankwo is also there. There is Perfect Faye and it will tell you, it will speak lots of it will speak lots and lots about this team because it's a huge one for them going forward. I've seen they came fourth in the mixed relay right there, 41.77 seconds, a beautiful one there from the best legs when it has to do with the relay for Nigeria. And you could say, what more can we ask for at this point? But the problem now is, can we continue to nurture this talent and see them blossom to perfection? And that's the job of those who run administration in terms of athletics right here in Nigeria. So they've got a huge job to do. God has given us the talent. The talents are very clear. We are seeing it right now. So how you handle it and how you make use of it is very, very important. Are we going to be seeing the likes of Miracle Ezechiku grow to a level where she has to think of switching allegiance? These are some of the questions that we'll be asking. And who do we ask these questions? The National Sports Commission and everybody in it, the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, led by Tonubo Kokowa and everybody in it. Do we have these young ones, Oyibo, Ezechukwu, grow, and due to poor handling, you now find out that they want to switch allegiance? See, you might look at it and say, switching allegiance, is it not just talking to another country or accepting what another country has to offer, and you start delivering or performing for them? But it goes beyond that, because whenever you switch allegiance, there is always a psychological drop that comes with it, because you're moving over. Even if you're moving over to a better country, what about those that you grew up with? Because now imagine Ezechukwu running all her youth early days with the likes of Oyibo and the likes of Becky Eyiyadi and Jacinta Lawrence, each and every one of them doing this. Then all of a sudden, you find out that she has to switch allegiance. Now she's leaving a lot behind her. She has to come up against them, but this time not on the same team, but on different teams. That's a psychological meltdown. I don't think Favor Ofili would be able to recover from this easily. You could see that I followed her updates. You could see that she had everything ready to return back to the fold. Talking about the team that went to the Glasgow 2026 Commonwealth Games. But when she was questioned, why are you not there? She said, they said I would be a bad influence to the team. So you can now see that it will take her quite some time to recover, because yeah, she was pushed into it, but now look at it, she's suffering it at the end of the day. Because if Favor continues to stay off the radar for the next 1, 2, 3 years, she'll obviously be forgotten. So these are some of the things that I fear for these young ones. If it's about the talent, Nigeria is blessed with talent. If it's about the resilience, Nigeria has talented athletes that are resilient as well. You could see that in Miracle Ezechukwu in that 4x100. Nigeria was out after the first 3 laps. We were out. But Ezechukwu had to run the race of her life to finish that race in 3rd spot and get Nigeria into the final of the 4x100. With what she has done, I'm very much assured and very much convinced that it's going to be an impressive anchoring in the final for Team Nigeria. What the rest needs to do at this point is just make sure that you do your bit and get her the baton when she needs it the most. So I think that's one huge one there that Nigeria has got. Let's see how to nurture these talents and bring them to a sport where they can shine brightest on the biggest of stages. But I'm very happy because it's a clear indication that the future is in good hands.
So how does Nigeria, or what needs to happen for Nigeria to convert these under 20 talents to senior level success?
Okay. I think for you to do that, you need to first off keep tab on them. Make sure that you give them all the encouragements that they need and provide for them the opportunities to continue developing. Good enough, most of them are having their athletics career and educational career over there in the United States. Yeah, keep your eyes on them. Add every support that you can. I know we were supposed to provide that for them. They should have been doing that right here in Nigeria if we had the necessary infrastructure in place. But it's not that way. Most of them have gotten scholarship. They are beneficiaries of scholarships abroad where they compete for their schools and they attain or try to also acquire education in the very same process. So what you need to do as the Athletics Federation of Nigeria is keep tab on these ones. Make them understand that their development is very much paramount to you. Then make sure that there is always open space for them. Create a scheme that will keep them injury free as well as not competition rusty. They would always be sharp as ever. They'll be as sharp as ever. So keep that in mind. Then also provide challenges and competitions within the national corridors, within the continental corridors, for them to always be part of it. And finally, make sure that if your white is white, it should be. If it is black, it should be black. Make sure that you don't chase them out. You don't emotionally destroy them. You do what is right. You do what is right. We had what's her name, Favor Anya, before the under 20, before the Commonwealth Games. She opted. She was taken out of the team, probably replaced by Ella Onojovewo. Fine, Ella is a bigger name, but how did you handle it? Even when she felt aggrieved, how did you handle Favor Anya? That's another prospect. That's another prospect. Did you just decide to open the door and push her out the door, lock the door, and say, you are not big, you're not big, so just go out there? But you're forgetting that she has the tendency to grow big. So these are some of the things that it should be done properly. Yeah, if she did win the national trials and qualified via the national trials, and you want to bring in a foreign-based athlete who wasn't part of the national trials, then you do that properly. It should be over a round table. Speak to Favor and let everything be resolved properly. Don't do it like I have to use my veto power and all of that. So these are some of the things that the Athletics Federation of Nigeria will do that will keep these athletes developing at the right pace and in the right frame of mind. As I said before, I don't want to hear in future Miraculous Echuku is switching allegiance to another country. She has shown that with her, the future of Nigerian athletics is in good hands. So make sure that these things are put on your priority list. Talking about the AFN, the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, whoever is the president, Tonobo Kukoa or any other person who comes in, there should be continuity. There should be continuity, transparency, and continuity. And I think if all of these are done, then we will definitely have these athletes groomed and grown to a level where they can compete with anybody around the world. I believe we have the talent to do that. We do.
Right now, into the finals of the relay, what are your expectations for Team Nigeria? A podium finisher at best. We can win the two relays, the 4x100, the 4x400. As well, we also have an athlete into the 200 meter. That is Oyibo. A podium finish for her. What are your expectations as Nigeria head into the finals?
I think with what I saw from the 4x100, I think Nigeria will finish on the podium. I don't want to say maybe pick the gold medal, but I think they will finish on the podium. It's very, very clear that they will finish on the podium. For Miraculous Echuku, even in the 200 meters, she was able to clock a good time, 22.61 seconds, even better than Success Oyibo, who clocked 23.13 seconds. But Miracle was disqualified for lane infringement, and we can say, wow, this is just one of those bad days. Would have been sure of having one or two persons on the podium for Nigeria when it has to do with the 200 meters. But unfortunately, Miracle will not be there. But she is part of the 4x100 team, and you saw what she did. So I think with that team should be able to get on the podium. At least a silver medal is worth it for Team Nigeria. I see them ending with a silver medal. For the 4x400, that's another one which quite clearly Nigeria has got a strong showing right there. For the 4x400 meters women, they finished with a season's best of 3 minutes 25.28 seconds during their I think that was their semi-final. The quartet of Becky Ebiadi, Jacinta Lawrence, Tejiri Praise Ugo, and Faith Ezechuku. They got the job done from that particular one. So I'm not too shaky on that. I believe, yeah, Team Nigeria could get on the podium for the 4x400 meters. They could also get on the podium for the 4x100 meters. It's very, very possible. So the both relays are well placed and poised for medals. Then let's see what Success Oyibo can do from the 200 meters, if she can finally maybe get one medal for Nigeria from that one. But we still cry a lot about the absence of Miraculous Ichuku in that 200 meters. But it's a good running. It's a good time out there at the World Under 20 Championships. Let's see how many more medals can come in from Team Nigeria.
All right, now we leave athletics and head over to the world of tennis. Yes, the WTA has introduced a mandatory one-time genetic screening, a test for the SRY gene, a Y chromosome marker for every player on tour, replacing the old system that allowed transgender women to compete if their testosterone stayed below a set threshold. Now, world number one, Arena Sabalenka, has publicly backed the change, saying fairness matters and that should be tested herself. While Coco Gauff has taken a more nuanced line, saying she supports both competitive fairness and the transgender community, and warning that the policy is being used by some to fuel hostility that she doesn't endorse. Separately, British tennis, the LTA, has gone further, still banning the transgender women from every level of women's competition, including internal club matches, citing the UK Supreme Court's ruling that sex is binary. No transgender woman currently competes on this WTA tour. Also, as fairness versus inclusion, can a governing body actually protect both sides?
Both sides, you mean who versus who?
The sides that are saying they need fairness, the sides that are saying inclusion.
I really don't know what you want me to say at this point in time. Policies are policies, as well stated. It's for the Y chromosomes, isn't it?
Yeah.
The likes of Arina Sabalenka, who is presumed to have a higher amount of Y chromosomes, could actually fall for this particular one here. But I think whatever is needed for the game to be played on the best of level playing grounds is what I stand for. Whether it's going to trample on inclusivity, or whether it's going to be a victory for those who are clamoring for what's it called? Who are clamoring for fairness. I don't know, but what I know is if it's going to make the game more of a level playing ground, then I am very, very much in support of it. Some of these things we've seen, I think that was in the Olympic Games, we saw Iman Khalif of Algeria, and it looked like, oh, this one is totally away from the league for the ladies. She came too powerful for any of the ladies. You know what it is for you to come up against a lady who presumably puts forward the strength from a man, and it didn't go down well with some of the ladies, most especially the Italian boxer who had her nose broken by Khalifa. So I think for me it's one thing that emotions should not be put into consideration when trying to enact such policy. If it's a policy that will put the game or bring the game to a level playing ground, then so be it. Whether an athlete or a tennis player wants it or not, I think so be it. Let's see the game played where everybody has got a chance. Whether it's not the fault of those who have this spike in the Y chromosomes. It's not their fault, but we must also make sure that it's neither the fault of those who don't have it. So we must make sure that it's all at a point where everybody can, at least you might not reach out to a full equilibrium, but let it be close to. Everybody can say we are at a point where it's balanced. Yeah, so I think that's that for me. The policy should override.
Why is this policy coming in few days or a week or two before the US Open, especially now that there are actually no transgender women on the tour currently. So what's the use? What's the driving for this timing of the policy?
I don't think there's any driving for any timing of the policy. For me, I think whenever there is a change in regulation, there is always a time to it. In Formula One, you saw regulations change at the start of prior to the start of this season. Nobody questioned why is it coming now. It must surely come. So it must surely come, and if it's going to come, it will come at a certain time. And if that time is now, it should be now. There is. I don't want to draw anything
So
linking it to.
so it wasn't pressure from outside.
I don't think it was
Looking
pressure.
at other
Though we had,
other federations, the athletics and the rest already implementing this law.
yeah.
So it could have been pressure from.
It could be. We've seen it. Remember, I mentioned in boxing. We've also had situations in other sports,
Yeah.
in athletics and all of that. So it could be. It could be that, yeah, fine. There is that secular touch around all sports in terms of bringing or enacting such a policy to cope the presence of not performance enhancing drugs this time, but performance enhancing genes in some of the ladies. It could be that fine, it was triggered, but I don't think the timing, because I don't want us pushing it towards why is it the United States, because the United States have been in the talks for so many reasons this period. You saw what happened in the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Everyone might want to drive, before you know, it will be drawn to a political it will be drawn into a political fight, or call that a political strain, because when you look at what's happening now, and you now look at maybe one of the players that could be hit heavily by this as an Arina Sabalenka is a Belarusian. Belarus is probably in sync with Russia concerning what's going on with Ukraine, and you say, oh, America is on this other side. Is that so? That's just conspiracy theory coming in right there. But for me, I think fine, it's time for tennis to feel this change in policy. It's time for tennis to experience it, and the time is now, not for any reason, but it just has to be now.
All right, let's leave all that and head over to the build up to the US Open. Yes, the road to Flushing Meadows has turned quite messy. You want to say the Cincinnati Open has already been lost, or has already lost 11 players to injury, headlined by defending champion Carlos Alcaraz, who hasn't played a match since April because of a right wrist tendon injury, and will also miss the tournament he won last year. Emma Raducanu and Yasmin Paolini, among other notable withdrawals, both easing themselves towards the US Open instead. On the WTA side of things, Arina Sabalenka stays world number one despite crashing out in the last 16 in Toronto, the latest in a pattern of early exits this season. Well, with Elena Rybakina closing the ranking gap and British jackdropper breaking down in tears during the first round Canadian Open exit as a chronic elbow injury flared up, dropping him to world number 143. Yes, Osas, a lot to take from the build-up to the US Open at Flushing Meadows. Alcaraz, since April, that was the Barcelona Open. He hasn't competed. He missed the French Open. He missed the Wimbledon, where he was a defending champion at both events, causing two new champions in Alexander Zverev and Yannick Sinner. But some are saying all these patterns of athletes withdrawing from the opens is just a build-up or it's a strategic move to prepare for the US Open? Is that your take on it? Or this move? Because we're looking at Alcaraz, the man could have some rust heading into US Open. A strategic move for you or pressing issues?
I think I don't want to call it a strategic move in as much as it looks like that, because there is a stipulated amount of tours that a player must be part of in a tennis season, and if you continue to skip tours because of the Grand Slams, then you might find it very, very difficult. For the men, ATP, you must take part in the 4 Grand Slams, 8 mandatory ATP Masters 1000, and 7 best of other tournaments, including the ATP 500, ATP 250, and United Cup. So these are some of the requirements from players. You can't say you want to skip tours because you want to get to the Grand Slam. Yes, it's quite also a strategic move. We've seen Novak Djokovic skip some tours before coming to Wimbledon, and he was still beaten. So maybe just to keep yourself fresh and avoid some injuries, it could be strategic. But these things are done when you assess the gains and losses. So you could actually say, okay, let me skip 2 tours before this particular Grand Slam. I will catch up after the Grand Slam. I will catch up maybe in subsequent ATP tours after the Grand Slam, or WTA tours after the Grand Slam. So it's not something that you can outrightly say, I want to skip for a certain reason. It's what you must look at and assess your way forward. Make it very clear to your team that this is what is required at this point, and after that we could see what the future holds. So for me, I'm not looking at it as that. Carlos Alcaraz, yeah, maybe he wouldn't be part of any of the tours, just coming into the US Open to try out his hands. But I think a warm-up would have been needed for Carlos. Carlos has been out of action for a very long time this season. It has almost been a season where he would be missing the rest of the Grand Slams, apart from the Australian Open. But as it stands right now, we just cannot wait to have Carlos Alcaraz back on court. If he's going to be coming into the US Open, fine. Yeah, let him come in. If it's going to be affecting him, I feel it will. He wouldn't be as sharp as he used to be, but let him ease himself into returning back into the game with ease. That's the only way that at least he can keep himself away from such an injury for some good years to come. We've seen Carlos suffer a couple of injuries in quick succession. Before this one, we saw him with an ankle injury. We've seen him with knee. We've seen him with shoulder. Some of these injuries, sometimes you need that rest. You need that layoff to get yourself fully fit. And I think he has stayed off a bit. So everywhere should be fit right now. Shoulder, waist, leg, ankle, whichever one you want to call, should be fit and ready to return. But he'll just take it nice and slow as he gets himself back into the game.
All right. For you, it's the calendar becoming too demanding for this athlete. And if more masters, more tours see more loss of top stars, what actions do you think the Tennis Federation is going to take? Are these competitions going to lose more value when we don't see the big names in at least a 1,000 master, a 500 masters, if they are pulling out due to injuries, and do they lose value?
I think if we continue to see tennis tours where the big names are not found, they will definitely lose value. This was some of the things we had players complain about. The Professional Tennis Players Association (PTPA) complained about all of this, the congestion of the schedule. We've seen schedule we've seen schedules of recent where tours are not concluded in 10 days again, but 12 days. And tours, sometimes some tours are still on and another starts. At most, you just have 2 weeks in between events, huge events where tennis players need to move from one tour to the other. The Grand Slams are also there. You see them every day, and not forgetting that they do a lot behind the scenes. You have promotional tennis plays, you have travels, you have trainings. So some of these things weigh down on these players. They are humans. That's one of the reasons why we are seeing so much of injuries these days to some of the top players. Hardly now before you see any player complete a season all through playing the ATP tours, both the 1000s, 500. These days they don't even go down to 250. I've not seen the likes of Yannick Sinner go down to 250. Play the 1000s, the 500s, and Grand Slams. Hardly before you see any player complete a full calendar year fit from the start to the season. Last season, it was Yannick Sinner at one point before the US Open or around the US Open. He got that shoulder issue, or would I call it elbow issue. We've seen him play games on strap. We've seen Novak Djokovic with a knee strap for quite some time last season. So all of these things are telling on the players, and that's why I know the regulators of tennis are looking at profit making. Yeah, it's quite clear. They need to make more profits. They need to try to commercialize the game even more. But understand that these are human beings, not machines. They are human beings. They can break down at any point. Tours are not in at one spot. You travel from place to place. Cincinnati is in the US. Stuttgart is in Germany. Montreal, Canada. Miami at one point, US. You keep going. Melbourne is in Australia. So they go from throughout the year. They go from one area to the other. There's something they call jet lag. It's also going to be an issue. Even there are people that can even travel and break a leg or break a bone. It's very possible. Too many travelings could also become a source of injury to you. So so much is on these players at this point. I don't know how they're going to do it because I've never seen anything go up and come down in this world. Now that we are increasing the number of days you spend on a tour, you're increasing the number of requirements to play 4 Grand Slams, 8 ATP tours, 4 other tours, including 500 and 250. You're making it mandatory. I don't know if you can come down and reduce the effects, but the truth is, this has to be done. Else, if we continue losing the quality players when we get to the big stage like Grand Slams due to injuries, it will definitely lose its value. I think that was Roland Garros where we had the exit of so many top stars. Yeah, injury took out some; they couldn't take part, but most of them exited in the 3rd round. And it now looked like what are we watching Roland Garros for again? We're looking at the likes of Maya Schwalesha, Mira Andreeva, maybe some unknown names coming in for the guys. You would see the likes of Yao Fonseca. Yeah, take nothing away from them. They are beautiful players, but when you look into the semis and you don't see Sinner, you don't see Carlos Alcaraz, you don't see Zverev, you don't see Novak, then you'll be asking yourself, are we still in the era where we had tennis get to the business part of it and you see Federer, Nadal, you see Djokovic, and maybe you see the other man from UK, America. What was his name from the UK? No. The biggest tennis player, Andy Murray. Yeah, you see the 4 of them in the semis. That's what we want to see in tennis. That's what we want to see in tennis. These days, it's no longer like that. It's no longer that way because so much is being expected from this player. So I think the organizers the regulatory body, they need to look into it and make sure that they bring tennis or uphold what is left of tennis, because it could be a twinkle of an eye, just a very thin line holding these two from being a sport that we all want to see to becoming a sport that we're all walking away from.
All right, now let's leave that and head over to the women's side of things. Elena Rybakina, a chance at being world number one. But first off, it's the woman, Sabalenka, another exit in the early rounds. Since I think the last tournament she won, that was the Miami Open. Yes, that was when she won the Sunshine.
Double there.
She did a Sunshine double there. After that, the Madrid, she lost at the final to Baptiste, and Rome 1000, she lost early to Crestia. In the French Open, she lost to Snyder. In Berlin, Germany, she lost to Pegula, another early exit. At the Wimbledon, she lost to Naomi Osaka. And now Toronto, Canada, Ekaterina Alexandrova. Before we get to the ranking points, all these early losses, especially when we have the US Open in the next few weeks, how does this affect her legacy, and how does this affect her mindset heading into the US Open? She's still world number one at this point now. I don't think we can even use the rankings to judge someone's performance, because unlike the rest, she's been spiraling downhill ever since the Sunshine double. Is it an issue with? I don't think it's fitness, because unlike the other ladies, she hasn't complained of any injury. Is it the mindset? Is it the other women have caught up with her? Baptiste, Naomi Osaka, Pegula, Katrina, yes, she's ranked world number 11, but losing to Snyder in the French Open, someone ranked almost 17th. So a lot to look at in Arina Sabalenka's game, and how does this set her up for another US Open where it's going to be a roller coaster.
Yeah, for me, well said by you. The last time Arina Sabalenka was victorious, winning a tour, was the Miami Open. Before that was the Indian Wells. I just want to look at how she started the year. Let's quickly look at how Sabalenka started the year. Let's start from the Brisbane Open, which she won. She won that one, and to the Australian Open, she lost in the final. Very good way to start the year. Then she followed up with the Indian Wells and the Miami Open, winning those two. But ever since she finished from Miami Open, it's been really, really bad for Arina Sabalenka. Exited in the Madrid Open in the quarters, exited the Italian Open.
To a semi-final.
She hasn't made it to a semi-final. That's what I'm looking at. Exited in the round of 32 in the Italian Open. Exited in the quarterfinals in the French Open. Exited. She has made it to the semis. She made it to the semis of the Grass Court Championship in Berlin, beaten by Jessica Pegula in the semi-finals. But the funny way is Pegula beating her 6-love, begging her in the last set, in the final set. And it wasn't a case of Sabalenka having an injury. Yeah, she was pretty fit. So it's a thing of the mind. Sabalenka has problems with her mind. I see that a lot. I don't know where to peg it on at this point. Is it engagement? Is she now more concentrated? Her concentration is now on the incoming family, fiance, boy girl issues. Is that what the problem is? Because I really can't tell. See, we know tennis players, when you lose championships 1, 2, 3, you go back and re-strategize. But for Arina Sabalenka, I don't know, it's just been the same thing. Currently, she's just 884 points ahead of Elena Rybakina on the rankings, and 884 is what Rybakina can cover up in just the US Open. If Rybakina gets to win the US Open and she exits the US Open anywhere,
in Canada, she's even overtaken her.
No. She does not overtake her. She'll be 4 points
4
behind.
points.
Yeah, she'll be 4 points behind.
So if she gets to win, the US Open and maybe Sabalenka finishes anywhere below the semis, maybe finishing in the quarters.
Or if she just finishes below Rybakina.
Okay, that could be finishing,
Yeah.
below Rybakina. So Rybakina could become the new world number one, a position that Sabalenka has held since last year. I think it was since last year she took over being world number one from Iga Swiatek, and she has held on to it up until this point. But I don't know what is happening to Aryna Sabalenka. A beautiful tennis player she is. When it comes to power, when it comes to agility, she has it. When it comes to having a tactical game, I can't give her 100% for it, but she has every attribute for a dominant female tennis player. If tennis player to be dominant on the tours or on the court for a very long time, but I don't know what is happening to her at this point. I still go back to the fact that after her engagement, it looks like everything started falling apart. Maybe some of these things happens when your concentration has now been divided. Your focus is no longer on the game that gave you fame. Things could change.
As an excuse. I beg to differ how you use family as an excuse.
Why
a lot of them are married. A lot of them have kids. Naomi has a daughter. Although she and the father are not together again.
But you know what he did to her?
No, but you can say Naomi is almost back to her best
because she has.
Naomi, I mean, a lot of female footballers.
Elena Rybakina
had in the family way as well.
Elena Svitolina had her kids, and you saw it took a toll from her. She had her daughters, and it took a toll from her. She had to set herself back.
Her daughter made how many Grand Slam finals?
Not every person is Serena Williams now. Not every person is Serena Williams. That's it. You might be so surprised that even from the male side of things, it happen. It happens. You could see. I know when Yannick Sinner broke up with Anna Kaliskaya, it shook his game a bit. I think that was last season or 2 seasons ago. He shook his game a bit, but he had to, with the strength of a man, balance it. But for Aryna Sabalenka, I don't know which other place I want to.
See, it's Aryna.
I don't know which, because
this has always been Aryna. This has always been Aryna. She always finds a way to make things get into her head. That's Aryna Sabalenka for you. So I don't see why. But
this one has stayed too long. And where can we peg it on? She just got engaged, and all of a sudden,
it's not the engagement. See, that can be the engagement is even a happy thing. So
it's a happy thing. But no, I'm not saying a bad effect. What I'm saying is that maybe her focus. Sometimes there is one thing about life, humans, most especially the ladies. When a guy steps in and you're head over heels in love with him, he could shift.
I understand.
I didn't ask for your understanding.
Some women like that. Yeah.
So it could help. It could shift her focus away from what she used to do, what she loved doing, because now she loves doing something else. So it could be. You've not heard from her team. You might be so surprised. They'll start telling you that she doesn't pay attention to training regimes again. She doesn't do this. She doesn't do what she's supposed to do. But whatever it is, I think we want to see Aryna Sabalenka return to her best. We want to see her return to her best where she could go all the way to win 2 to 3 Grand Slams in a particular season. She has not won any this season. This is the last chance to win a Grand Slam. I don't know. I can't remember the last time Sabalenka went through a season without winning a Grand Slam since she launched into the scenes. Is it going to be this year? The first we'll see her go through without winning a Grand Slam, and maybe capital or by not winning the WTA final. So I don't know, but whatever it is, it's quite early for her to get herself back. Find that rhythm that got you to where you got to, and get your focus back to tennis.
All right, Henry. Over to Rybakina now. It's not as rosy as many will expect to be. She sits right there at second after back-to-back losses to Sabalenka in the Sunshine Double, the India Wells and the Miami. She went on to win the Stuttgart, Germany 500 event, and then since then she lost to Potapova at the Madrid Open, to Svitolina at Italy in the quarterfinals, and the French Open. She got locked out early. She lost to Staduseva. That was in the round of 64. In London, she lost to Kitty Bota. Alexandra Ella, she lost to her in Berlin, Germany. Well, Ella has been on a very impressive form so far. In the Wimbledon, she lost to Mertens. And in Canada, this might be her best shot at inching closer to Sabalenka, as we've talked. If she wins the event, or if she wins the tour, she will be on 8,666 points. Just 4 points separating her and that number one spot. Now, how real are her chances at getting that world number one? Elena Rybakina, how real are her chances at getting that world number one spot? And what would this mean for women's tennis to have a new top ranked player?
She can't get it in Canada. I see Rybakina is one of those tennis players, you know, that she's top class. You can argue that she's the best in the world on her day. You can actually argue that about Rybakina, but it's also a matter of how many days are her day. So that's another thing you also have to ask yourself. But I mean, she has a Grand Slam this year, right? Yeah.
She won the Australian.
Yeah, she won the Australian Open. Yeah, she defeated is it
Arena Sabalenka.
Arena Sabalenka in the final? Yeah, so she has a Grand Slam this year. I think she got one last year as well, and she's been someone that has been quietly doing the work. And we talk about the inconsistencies in the women's game and how, if it's not Sabalenka that is doing well today, it's Rybakina. If it's not Rybakina, we could see an Anisimova pop out from nowhere. We could see a Coco Gauff do something. You could see a Naomi Osaka do something. That's typically how it is in the WTA. That's typically how it is in the WTA. And truth be told, does she have it, or does she have the ability to actually become world number one? Definitely she has it, but that's another thing. Now, will she do it? That's another question you have to ask yourself. Who will she play in the next round?
Samsonova.
Ludmila Samsonova. That should be a walk in the park, some would like to say. But I mean, we all know how these things tend to be
Samsonova,
sometimes. Yeah, so we all know how these things tend to be sometimes. But I think she definitely has her eye on that world number one spot. But I mean, it's all about preparing for the US Open at the end of the day, which is just around the corner. You're talking about in less than a month, or about a month's time, the US Open will be beginning. So for Arena, beg your pardon, for Rybakina, definitely our eyes are on that number one crown, or being the world number one as regards to WTA. But like I said, it's all about carrying that form into the US Open, and that's the most important thing, getting another Grand Slam in the bag. So that's what's most important for her. But you still have to raise questions about the consistency on her own part, because you see her blaze through people today or in this tournament, then the next tournament or in the next Grand Slam, you see her crumble. But one thing is sure, she's a regular competitor. She's one of those players you're always looking at to always at least make the quarterfinals of a Grand Slam and to go as far as possible in ATP 1000 or 500 or any of the ATP or WTA events she actually gets to face or gets to play in at the end of the day. So will she? Can she? Yes, she can. Sabalenka is out, so no more points for her over there in Canada. So it's up to her now to try and see if she can rake in those 1,000 points at the end of the day. Will she do it? I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of other opponents. Coco is still there. Alexandra Ela.
Ella is there, yeah, and that is the woman I want to go to next. She's been impressive so far. So it's between the new fan favorite Alexandra Ella and someone that is inching closer to a world number one. Ella has been a fan favorite in the Philippines, and the Washington USA 500 event. She won that. Not just doing that, she beat the likes of Jessica Pegula, Naomi Osaka in straight sets, Elena Svitolina, Elena Fernandez, Zheng Qinwen as well too. So lots of big names out of that way to win that 500 event. And now she's going to take on Belinda Bencic at Toronto. As you've said, we've still got loads of women in this 1,000 event. We've still got Coco Golf. She's taking on Koneva today. Rybakina is still there. Svitolina is still there. Alexandrova is still there. Iga Swiatek is still there. Snyder is still there. So lots, or you can say the gate is wide open for any of these women to win. So Alexandra Ella, Iga Swiatek, who could be taking this 1,000 event, or could it be Rybakina inching closer to that world number one sport?
Funny enough, I know some people might be tempted to say, what's her name now, Swiatek, because of what she's done in the past and all that stuff. But this is a woman that hasn't been at her best. She hasn't been at her best all year. No Grand Slam in the bag this year. She's been performing poorly. I think she's currently ranked 8.
Yeah, she's
Ranked 8 in the world. So it just shows you how shabby it's been for her this year. And you also have to look at the other contestants. Like you did mention, Alexandra Ela is there. Although she still has a round of 16 game early hours of tomorrow morning against Belinda Bencic, who is also another tricky opponent to actually come up against. Naomi is actually taking on Leila. Mira has been knocked out of it by Leila. There's still, like we did mention, Svitolina is still there. You're still looking at Rybakina being there at the end of the day. So I think there's still a lot of, even Coco Golf is still there. There's still a lot of, formidable opponents that she will actually have to come up against in Iga Swiatek to actually go all the way to try and see if she can claim the Canadian Open. But with the sort of season she's had, I think you can literally put your money and say that she's probably not even going to do it, or you can actually favor your odds at saying that she will win the Canadian Open, but still not ruling out the fact that it's Iga. So you know that if she can find out her best again, that she can do it. For Alexandra Ela, if you win it, all fine and good. Just enjoy the ride and try and improve and get better. This is her breakout year. It's a breakout season, and she's done fantastically well. She made the quarterfinals of Wimbledon, if memory serves me right. And yeah, the first Filipino to actually do such. So the lady is, and she's just young. She's about 21 or thereabout. So she's showing a lot. She's been taking a lot of big scalps throughout the year so far this season. So I think is take the positives from this year and build on it next year. If you're able to win an ATP 1000, all fine and good, and win a Grand Slam, that's the US Open, the only one up for grabs right now before the end of the season, all fine and good. But it's all about trying to finish the season strong and building on what you've done this season going into next season for Alexandra Ela. So I just think there's no need to put too much pressure, even for her to put a lot of pressure on herself going into or as this Canadian Open is currently going on. Whether she gets knocked out now or not, she's had a fantastic season, and she can take solace in that fact and actually build on this season going into further seasons.
All right, that was us. The former Wimbledon champion Richard Krajicek has tipped 19-year-old Spaniard Rafael Jorda as a future challenger to Carlos Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner. And since those comments, Jorda has cracked into the world's top 15. If he does win this tournament, he could find his way to entering into the top 10. As reaching the Washington final and the fourth round in Montreal, he's beating Lorenzo Musetti along the way as well too. Is Jorda the closest thing tennis has to the next big things right now? Can he match up to them? Because in Washington, getting to the final, he took out Arthur Fuse, Nishikori, Lorenzo Musetti, Tabilu. He got knocked out early at the Wimbledon. The French Open in Paris, he was able to get all the way to the quarterfinals, losing to eventual winner Sasha Zverev. Is Jorda the next big thing we're looking at?
How would I be saying Jorda is the next big thing?
19 years
years of age, but he just came into the scene getting to the finals of the City Open to play Taylor Fritz. We've got pretty much young guys who have been able to also do probably what he has done or even better. The likes of Yao Fonseca, it's also in that mix. So I think we'll be talking more of the likes of Yao Fonseca. Jakob Mensik was also in that mix.
Those ones have sort of fallen off.
They've sort of fallen off. So I think that's what happens with every 19-year-old. Currently, he is in the quarterfinals of the National Bank Open championship, yes, right there in Canada. So it's just a huge one. I think all these speculations of he's the next best thing to Carlos Alcaraz, the heir to the throne of Carlos Alcaraz. Let's tone it down. You might end up derailing this man when you have too much of talks on him. Ben Shelton was tipped as the next best thing to the good old days of Andy Roddick, and now you're seeing Ben Shelton.
Where Ben Shelton's own problem is from. You know where his own problem is from. The man cannot keep his head down and do what he should do. He lets his emotion. He's like the Mil Sabalenka.
Yes. so that's one big problem that these young guys have now. Once they come up and start swinging rackets and making those drop shots as well as volleys that look outrageous, you start comparing them to
He is the Spain number 2, ranked behind of course,
Carlos Alcaraz. Yes, because Spain hasn't gotten not the days we had is it Ferreira from Spain. Spain hasn't gotten David Ferrer from Spain. Spain hasn't gotten much of tennis players that you could want to say could outrank Rafael Jorda at this point. Yeah, Carlos Alcaraz seems to be the only one up there right now doing it for Spain. But I think Jorda still has a long way to go. He's not that player for us to start saying will replace Carlos Alcaraz. Let him keep building his game. Let him keep going higher and higher. Alejandro Davidovich is one of those ones, but you know that Davidovich is not somebody that you could say is very consistent. He's more
of these young guys, Thomas Echeverry, Jakub Mensik, and there's another one that his name is skipping my mind. I think he's Czech also.
Is it Jan Fonseca?
Is it
Yuri Leheka, João Fonseca is there, Nuno Borges is there.
Mensik.
You can go and mention their names. They are not really. Well, I think Jordan Rafael is about 15th in the world now. The man is just quietly doing his stuff, and nobody has been mentioning his name. That's a good thing. He hasn't really come under the spotlight as much. Unless you really follow the sports, then you really know that this man has actually been having a fantastic year. And I've seen him take some big scouts, some major scouts this year. And like Osas noted, he's not the next anything. He's just the next Jordan Rafael. He's himself. I think that's the most important thing. He has to stay grounded. If you
we even had
I've watched the man.
We had Lenatien.
Lenatien was just. Lenatien was brief. It was brief. It wasn't really. It was brief. Earlier on this year. That was
that period.
He beat 17th.
He's ranked 17th. That period when he burst into the scene, he beat I think top 10 players. About 6 or 7 of them. In a row. So it's Lenatien.
No, I think these things are just your guys. Tien is 19. Jordan is 19. So
Tien is 20 though.
Tien is 20.
20 now. Yeah, he's turned 20. So Jordan is 19. So these are young guys. Like there's still a lot to be expected. And I've seen Jordan play. He's aggressive. He's quite an aggressive player and all that stuff. So will he be able to? I don't know. So I'm just saying. For now, I see the Carlos and Yannick show. That's what we know it to be when both of them are fully fit and ready to go at it. Can anybody else? I think if we're looking at any other person to break into that duopoly of Carlos and Yannick, it has to be one of the younger guys, because I think I'm tired of waiting for Zverev to actually we used to have the sense to actually calm down. And I called Shelton the male Sabalenka. I think Zverev is the male Sabalenka. Shelton is the baby male Sabalenka. That's what I have to say. Because you can't. I looked at the Wimbledon final against Yannick, and man, you had it in the bag. You had it in the bag. Just keep your head straight and just go at it and finish it off. But he didn't. So I am tired of waiting for the man to actually man up or be ready mentally to actually break into that duopoly and make it a trident of him, Carlos, and Yannick. So if we're looking for somebody, it will be one of these young guns, but I don't think it will be immediately. That's the thing. You're looking at it happening in the next, maybe by next season or in the next 2 seasons, them being ready enough to actually compete with those two. But for now, I mean, last year, who knew Jordan Raphael? Nobody knew him. Who knew Lenatian last year? Nobody knew him. Okay, you had Leheka and Mensik had their breakthrough years last season. So, but they've not even lived up to the heights this year as we expected. Davidovic, Fokina, Thomas Echeverry, all of them have just been blowing hot and cold. So nobody yet is ready to step up into that, will you say, that echelon where Carlos and Yannick have kept themselves. And till somebody actually starts doing it, I think for now, there's no need to put any pressure on any player coming through at this point in time, saying that they will be or they can be or they might be the ones actually growing and break that duopoly that those two have created for themselves.
All right, before we head over to Formula One, time to open the phone lines. 0810 9510 951. That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it's 070193399962. We talked athletics and we talked tennis. What's your take on the rankings? Sabalenka out of the Canadian Open, and we've got Rebakina inching closer to that world number one spot. A win will get her 4 points closer to that world number one spot. What does it mean for the women's tennis? And do you see Sabalenka regaining form ahead of the US Open? 0810-9510-951. That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it's 0701-933-9962.
Here comes the history boy, the second youngest driver to win a Formula One Grand Prix. Kimi Antonelli wins. A fantastic way to open his account. Antonelli wins the Chinese Grand Prix.
Yes, we head over to Formula One, and Kimi Antonelli still just 19 takes a commanding 290-point lead into Formula One's summer break. 50 clear of Ferrari's Lewis Hamilton, but his habit of running off the track is his biggest flaw. 22 laps deleted for track limit breaches this season, the most on the grid. Well, Daily Mail column has accused Mercedes of quietly favoring Antonelli over teammate George Russell, pointing to China as the turning point. Well, since China, the man went on to win 4 races in a row, 6 races in total. But elsewhere, Adrian Newey redesigned Aston Martin is finally showing real pace, and the season finale remains in doubt with Qatar and Abu Dhabi threatened by the ongoing Middle East conflict. And Imola, the likely backup, as racing resumes at the Dutch Grand Prix August 21st to 23rd, where we have the guys come back again to fight it out for who will be crowned the Formula One champion at the end of the season. But Osas, Kimi Antonelli, his title lead, is it pure talent, Mercedes favoritism, or is it both? Because we're seeing the news, we are seeing the rumors that Toto does favor Kimi. Some are saying it's a ploy so that he can put Kimi on the pedestal and say, yes, I made a 19-year-old win a title. Since Australia, where George took the lead, I remember after that race, he said, I love this car. I don't think he's loving it now. But so far, in the last, we've had different winners in the last 5 races. So maybe things are quite changing. But they had the early advantage in Mercedes. They had the early advantage during the first half of the season. By now, if the roles were reversed, George will be comfortably 50 points ahead of his former teammate.
If the roles were reversed.
If roles were reversed. Well, okay. If it was reversed.
What was reversed?
If positions were reversed. Yeah. If positions were reversed.
I don't know where your conspiracy theory is coming from. See, George started the season on fire. Remember, before the start of the Formula One season, George was tipped to be the driver to beat. Yes, he was tipped to be the driver to beat this season. George Russell also knew that he was comfortable with the car during the testing periods, testing races. He was very comfortable with the car, but you know that these things happen. It changes. We've seen a season where Oscar Piastri started on fire, but all of a sudden, Lando Norris had to catch up in the second half of the season. You might still want to blame it on McLaren favoring one driver over the other. We've seen a season where a driver starts very well, then all of a sudden, it's not looking like it's going pretty well. Max Verstappen. What do you expect? All of these drivers, when it gets to that point, they will always complain. That's how it is. I'm looking at the winners for the first 11 races this season. George won the first race. That's the Australian Grand Prix. Kimi won the second race. Now, if you're watching that Australian Grand Prix, I think it was a 1-2 finish for Mercedes. So Kimi was not far from it. George won because he was just brilliant on the day. So many things came into play. He started probably on pole position and was able to go through all the adverse effects and effects on the track, and it all favored him, and he won that one. Kimi won in round 2. Kimi won in round 3, Japanese Grand Prix. Kimi won straight 5. He kept on winning until the Monaco, straight 5 until Monaco, until the Spanish Grand Prix, which Lewis Hamilton came. In this 5, where was George Russell? For some of them, he fell off the pecking order. For some of them, he was just in and around the corner. I think he didn't make podium in most of them. But you could see that in the Austrian Grand Prix, he came back again and won the Austrian Grand Prix. So I don't think there is any conspiracy against him here. Else, he will not come back to win. He won't come back to win. He should just celebrate the brilliance of Kimi Antonelli. He should celebrate the fact that he's a 19-year-old and they are both in the same team. You hardly see 19-year-olds do what Kimi is doing. Kimi is a brilliant driver. We've seen races where Kimi ended up not finishing the race of recent. I think that should be that should be the race Charles Leclerc won, British Grand Prix, where he did not finish. He was very close to it. Look at that race. Kimi gave a very good account of himself. In most of the races where he did not finish, go and check Kimi. Kimi has always given you something to be weary of, something to be scared of when you look out your back and you say, Kimi is behind me. He either starts off pole position, fights his way forward, or starts on pole position, keeps his fighting spirit up there, and maybe just due to some technical issues, some pit delays and all of that, you find out that Kimi wouldn't make top of the podium. But for George, how far? It's not as if it's been an outright first half of the season where you see George competing on all ends. It's just for some that he gets to win. Some of them he's off the competition. So I think he should just celebrate Kimi Antonelli and stop the whole he's being favored to win the Grand Prix. 19-year-old, I want to be the one to make a 19-year-old. The boy has shown at the beginning of the season, nobody saw Kimi coming, not even Toto Wolff. I know Toto Wolff had good words for Kimi or about Kimi, but he never said, all I heard him say was, this guy is a huge prospect, a very good driver. He never said at any point that this is the guy who is going to win. In fact, George was the face of Mercedes before the start of the season. That was why he took the big brother role, trying to guide Kimi Antonelli. But now it seems Kimi is taking the big brother role, trying to open up the spaces for George Russell. So I think he should just be focused, keep his head, and come into the second half of the season. See what he has every open opportunity to still win the Drivers' Championship. Yes, but he won't be able to do it if he starts drawing bad blood. I know how the season was managed, the first half of the season was managed, so that Kimi and George don't poke themselves in the eyes with their fingers. If he comes back with this kind of mindset, he would definitely draw bad blood with Kimi Antonelli. And I think it wouldn't work pretty well for him. Because we saw last season, Lando Norris would have lost the Drivers' Championship by just the click of the fingers, because we saw a ferocious Max Verstappen in that mix. At some point, we were here, and I was asking you. I said,
say, team calls for the so-called papaya rule.
Yes.
Yeah, really came into his favor.
Yes. So, but he almost lost it, because if Max Verstappen, Red Bull, had exploited whatever was happening within the McLaren setup, because I remember telling you last season that McLaren should have gotten to a point where they tell one driver to step down for the other, and that one who steps down becomes a shield for the other to win. It's a team sport. In as much as you want to see every driver on their own.
And they were far ahead.
They were far ahead.
So you Constructors' Championship.
Yes, you sat down and you almost allowed Max Verstappen caught into the whole shenanigans happening within there, because you wanted to make one person win at all costs. I think it's quite clear that Mercedes should hold on to what they've got this period. Both drivers should understand that they are driving for one constructor. They don't have the leverage that McLaren had last season. McLaren opened up huge spaces both in the Constructors' Championship and the Drivers' Championship at some point. For Mercedes, it's everybody's game right now. There is how you can allow score get into your head, and Ferrari will just come and take over the Constructors' Championship. They are close by. It's not as if they're outrightly far.
But Ferrari are not of the mindset to, okay, let's split. You be a shield for the other, because Charles Leclerc is not going to just step down for Lewis Hamilton to just go through. He's been there for 5, 6, 7 years, and Lewis Hamilton is coming. Yes, Lewis Hamilton is the poster
No,
boy for
I'm not
Formula
saying
1.
I'm not saying Ferrari is. I said come and take over the constructors championship.
Okay, constructors
Ferrari
champ.
sits second.
Yeah, they sit
I
second.
don't know the number of points between Mercedes and Ferrari on the constructors championship.
Mercedes have 379 points, while Ferrari have 307 points.
So it's not far. It's just about 71 points or 72 points in between the both of them. Now, if there is a fight between George Russell and Kimi Antonelli, and both of you are going head to head against each other, you keep DNFing or you keep bumping into yourselves because you want to struggle to fight to who gets the drivers' championship. What Ferrari needs to do is just come behind Charles and Hamilton, just keep giving good performances. Get yourselves on the podium.
They have the pace now.
Yes, they have the pace. Get yourselves on the podium at every point in time. So imagine the remaining 12 matches or 12 races of the season, and you always have Lewis and Charles on the podium, second, third, or maybe one on the podium and one fourth, one on the podium, one fourth. They will take the constructors' championship away from Mercedes, while the two Mercedes drivers are fighting to see who would win the drivers' championship. And they could still fight and end up not winning it. So are you seeing the reason why they should understand that it's a team sport right now? In as much as every driver has his own car, you should understand that it's a team sport. I know it's going to be painful to George to see that this is the opportunity where you can win the drivers' championship. And
it's going to be very painful. Moving all the way, because he was in Williams. And Williams went a good car then. You move over to Mercedes, you have a good chance. You had to understudy
Hamilton.
Lewis Hamilton for how many years? You've learned everything. Now your chance to win.
And one small 19-year-old boy.
19-year-old boy wants to take that.
You know, I always tell you that I have the perfect formula in settling some of these sporting issues like this. But you've always told me that I shouldn't use that, but I'll keep it to myself, you know. But I know what I would have done.
You should never be a team principal. I can hear you on the microphone. George, plan B.
I know what I would have done, and everywhere would have been okay. But that's on a lighter note. That's to me. I'll keep it within myself. Thank God for that. So Kimi continues. But as it stands right now, George should understand that he still has a huge future ahead of him. If he doesn't pick what I want him to do, or doesn't borrow or ask me to advise him, Kimi could win this, and things change. He could win the next. George is still young. George is in his 20s. So he should be about 27 years of age. So he still has 4-5 seasons ahead of him. If he has longevity like Lewis Hamilton, Lewis Hamilton, Lewis Hamilton, he could still go all the way to 40. And
just to chase that one title, you have to look at Fernando Alonso. Since he won his title back-to-back seasons, he finished 1 point, 4 points, and I think 7 points behind. I think that was Schumacher. So it's a lot to look at. Since then, we haven't said anything from Fernando Alonso, so he could be the next Fernando Alonso, but you don't want to see that. But moving on to or leaving that now. The next race in a few weeks' time, on the 23rd, that's when the race starts. 21st is going to be race weekend, where we'll have the practice and the rest. But so far, from the 11 races, which constructor and driver for you has underperformed?
Okay. Let me see. Let me look at what I have on my screen right now. For me, constructor who has underperformed has to be the new guys, the Cadillac guys. I expected a lot
from Cadillac.
I think I expected a lot.
Too much? Why not Aston Martin?
I don't want to call Aston Martin. I don't want to call Aston Martin. Aston Martins, the in as much as they had Andrew Newey, I understood that there was so much of changes that were made to their technical setup, so they would need probably 1 or 2 seasons. But for Cadillac, they came in. I think they were prepared before coming in. Even if they said they are looking at winning a championship in 5 seasons, in the next 5 seasons.
Yeah, just
But
constructors. So what more were you expecting?
were you not supposed to be prepared before you entered the fray?
Well,
It's our first season.
this is the first time since 2021, 2024 that we've had a constructor after 11 races not even get a point.
That's why I said Cadillac. It should go back to.
The ones we had before were Haas. Yeah.
So that's why I said Cadillac. And who are the Cadillac drivers? Sergio Perez and
Valtteri Bottas.
Valtteri Bottas. Two well experienced hands. And you come in and you can't pick a point and you say I should not point you. I will point you. I will point you.
So for you, those are both the underperforming
Yes.
constructors and drivers.
Yes.
For you, Henry, which driver heading into the 11th season should we watch out for? Which constructor and which driver? Not looking at the ones ahead. Which constructor and driver do you think that people really underrated them for the 11 races we just had? And then heading into the next 12 races, should they really look at that? You guys are underrating this person and they could outdo you.
I think Alpine, was it Alpine made some, you say, no, Aston Martin made some progress.
Yeah.
They made some
Alpine
progress.
finished on the podium in this 11 races. Yeah. So you're looking at Aston Martin and the upgrades heading into next season.
Aston Martin looks like one team you have to actually have a good look at. They look interesting, especially if they can continue with the progress they've been making with the upgrades and all that stuff. McLaren made some upgrades. So we've seen it go for the better for them as regards where Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris have been able to finish throughout this season. So Aston Martin looks like, not just Aston Martin, what's their name now? McLaren look like another potential constructor. Yeah, but you would say they were the constructors champions last season. They had first and second last season. So this and that, I don't think it will be much of a surprise. But looking at how bad this season did start for them, I think we will see better from them even in the second half of next season. I think it's been all Ferrari and Mercedes this season, dominating and trying to, will you say, create some sort of healthy distance between themselves and the rest of Formula One. But you have to say Aston Martin and McLaren, especially McLaren for this season. I think in the second half of this season, I'm expecting more from them. I'm expecting them to do something better and something different. And for what's their name, Aston Martin, just keep up the steady progress. Just keep up the steady progress. They had a top 10 finish for the first time this season with Fernando Alonso, so that's another thing. That's another good one. So I think that's for the constructors. Then for me, the drivers, Isaac Hajar. Isaac Hajar, that's
one of the most underrated
drivers. I think he's suffering from the fact that Red Bull haven't gotten their.
No, he's outperformed every other second seat driver. The person that comes close up to 73 points, that is Daniel Ricciardo. So he's matched close to Daniel Ricciardo. He has gotten 69 points so far, 68 points so far from these 11 races. A few top 5 finishes, top 3 finishes, and he would best Daniel Ricciardo. So this is the best teammate Red Bull have had since Daniel Ricciardo. So really
Max Verstappen has had.
Max Verstappen has had in Red Bull. So really underrated heading into the next season for you.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, he's one of the most underrated drivers. I think I've seen enough this season to know that if he's in a good car next season, that I expect Isaac Hajar to actually make a push and to actually, if Max is still in Red Bull, I say, Max, it's not your team again. It's, you're a 4-time world champion, but I am here to actually give you a run for your money and all that stuff. The man has been actually impressive. He's actually been impressive, although you still think Max is his daddy. But still, I think I've seen enough to actually want to believe and say, out of all the drivers or the new drivers, I think I'm expecting a lot from that man going into next season, and also in the second half of next season. Red Bull are also trying to see what they can do as regards upgrades to make the car a bit faster and better. Max has been complaining all season long about the car, so let's see if those improvements will also have a say on how Hajar performs. I think of all the drivers, he's the one. We you say, or most of all the underrated drivers, is the one I'm actually expecting a lot from at the end of the day. So let's see how things actually play out. But for me, as regards to drivers, this is Akaja.
All right, let's head over to the phone lines now. 08109510951 and 0701 Switch over to talk some boxing stories in a bit. 0810 and 0810 That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it's 0701 Everything we've discussed from the top of the hour till now. Athletics, the under 20 championships in Eugene, currently going on. Already have 2 or 3 in the final. In the 200 event, 200 meter event, the 4x100 and the 4x400 event. Yes, on our screens is the friendly match, Liverpool against Monaco. Time for the players to warm up and for Iraola to test a few players, test a few tactics. But 4 minutes on the clock, and Monaco look to be building from the back. But I will leave all that now. Head over to the squared ring where a lot is happening. Yes, first off, Joseph Parker is free to fight again after UK anti-doping cleared him over a cocaine metabolite positive traced to his nutritionist's own drug use. So his own nutritionist used cocaine. Yeah. Alexander Usyk says his next fight, likely against Deontay Wilder, will be his last dance before retirement. But the big one is a British Nigerian heavyweight Moses Itauma will face Filip Hrgovic for the vacant IBF heavyweight world title on August 29, 2026 at London's O2 Arena. The title was added to the bout after the IBF championships situation changed, meaning Itama could become the second youngest heavyweight world champion in history behind Mike Tyson. Itama, who is 21, remains unbeaten at 14 wins and 0 losses with 12 knockouts, and says the belt was not changed his motivation. Quoting the man, he says, "I want to beat him as much as I did before the belt was on the line." He considers Hrgovic himself more important than the championship, saying he values big names over belts. Hrgovic, who's 34, has a 20-win and 1-loss record, with his only defeat coming against Daniel Dubois in 2024. The fight represents Itama's biggest test yet, with the British Nigerian acknowledging that Hrgovic is an experienced and dangerous opponent. The IBF's number 1 contender, Frank Sanchez, is set to face the winner next, with reports indicating the mandatory fights must take place within 6 months. As Henry, Filip Hrgovic, and Moses Itama, a belt to add under his name. Moses says, "I don't want the title. I just want to take out the big names and take the check." Hrgovic is going to be his biggest
Hard to believe that nobody wants titles. I find that hard to believe that nobody wants titles. I mean, everybody wants titles. So, you definitely want a title, right?
Yeah, what a title.
So Itama should not be telling me that he doesn't want titles. You take out the big names, something comes with its titles. Because the more big names you keep on taking out, the more you become a challenger for the belts and a contender for the belts. And when you get to beat those big names, you end up becoming a champion or you end up getting the title. So Itama should not come and be telling me that he doesn't care about the titles. He wants to be the big name, so that means you want the titles and you do care about the titles. But I mean, Filip Hrgovic is what you say, a big task. Truth be told,
Yeah.
it's a big task for Moses Ituama. Can he do it? Definitely. Will he do it? That's another story for another day. We have to wait to see how that happens. They have about some months to get that fight in place, right? Yeah. So he could and he might, and maybe he will become a world champion after they are done with that fight. But I think we are waiting to see what he will do or what will happen against Hergovic. I think that will give people a very clear idea as to if they can actually now rate or term Ituama and say that he's actually ready. Itauma, that whether he's actually ready or if he is now one of the. I mean, the man is. His name is being mentioned in the heavyweight category, has been mentioned in the heavyweight category for a very long time, and some would say he has been dodging some of the very, very
He took out Mike Balogu, he took out Dylan White,
right. Yeah,
and he recently just took out Jermaine Franklin.
I think Jermaine Franklin has to be the one that Dylan White of recent, even Jermaine Franklin of recent. Like, yeah, two fine boxers, but I mean, are they really top? I think you put Hergovic above those two guys at this point in time.
Yeah, yes.
So definitely, I think this has to be the first real. Let me not say the first real major, but this has to be the biggest test so far of his career, and wait to see what he can actually make of the Hergovic fight. Can he win it? Like I said, yes. Will he win it? That's another story for another day. But I think the man is in a good place, confidence wise, and he has a lot of buzz around him. So let's see if he can actually capitalize on that against Hergovic.
What does the loss do to either man's career? Looking at for Moses, this could be a launch pad to being the next big thing in British boxing, especially when there were talks of why not have Moses Dama and Alexander Usyk for one of his last bouts. Why not have Anthony Joshua and Moses Itama? Why not have Tyson Fury and Moses Itama? Now, could we or a win against Filip Pugovic, does that put him into conversation with these top boxers? That is, if they're still going to be around, could he get a piece of them? Yes, some say it's going to be old versus young, but I think the difference has already started. He's going to take on Filip Pugovic, who is almost 10 years older than him. Yeah, so 10 years older, but Pugovic has got that experience so far. Does that, or does a win launchpad him into those conversations? And for Filip Pugovic, a title, the IBF, does that give him a bout, or is that a launch pad into trying to unify the titles, trying to be a unified heavyweight champion?
I think Usyk's drop belts. He's the one that's taking over them, right? So you see, it's a chance to unify for Hergovic, and can he do it? Yes, definitely. Like I said with Ituama, will he do it? That's another story for another day. But I mean, it's the chance both men are actually have been looking for to actually put themselves on the limelight or put themselves in that A-class category. They've been hovering around that circle for a while now, especially Hergovic. I mean, he's one of the big names outside some of the regulars we're used to hearing about or talking about in the heavyweight division, and the man comes with a lot. So for Hergovic, I think is a chance to actually write your name in history and actually put yourself into reckoning when it comes to the heavyweight category. A lot of people still might not or are not or don't still regard the man, but I think a victory against Ituama, those some people say technically you should be able to beat the man or you should be beating the man, will probably do his will you say legacy some real good as regards the heavyweight division, and that's something he's hoping that he can actually do with that Ituama fight. And for Ituama, getting that victory over Hergovic will be a launch pad for him as regards his career. You cannot start asking, will he, is he, can he take on the likes of Usyk? That's if Usyk will still be fighting by then, or AJ, Deontay, or Tyson Fury, and I mean, come out victorious. You start asking those questions. You start wanting to see him fight some of those big guns, some of those top guns, because I mean he's actually taking a big scalp like Hergovic. So you want to see him go further and see what he's actually capable of. But it actually helps him as a launch pad. It actually gives him that buzz that is much required. I mean, he has the balls already in heavyweight division, but there's something beating Hegovic actually gives you, or there's something more that beating Hegovic actually gives you, and it makes you a world champion. Makes you a title holder. So I mean, it's a very good chance for him, and a unified holder at the end of, as well. So it's something at the end of the day you should actually be licking your lips at the opportunity, because there's a lot you actually stand from benefiting, or you stand to benefit if you actually get to beat Hergovic.
All right. Do you see this match going a full turnaround? From previous Mozitama fights, his opponents had never made it past the 6th round. It always stops at the 6th round. For Filip Pugrovic, has gone a whole 10 rounds. He's got 12 rounds and all. But could we see this match going the full way, since this is going to be, as you've said, the biggest test for Mozitama? Or can Mozitama's youth and speed give him that advantage to end things quickly?
I think it's a fight that Ituama actually has a lot of advantage when you look at his youth and his age, and the fact that he will be stronger, his agility will be better than Hergovic. And he's just about 21. Hergovic is 34. So I mean, a 13-year age gap. Although a 34-year-old, if he knows what he's doing, is still. And Hergovic is a fighter that knows what he's doing and knows what he needs to do. But I think the age, I think this is the fight that Hergovic has to see how he can kill off early, because the longer the fight goes, the more tired they actually become. And I mean, normally, science or the way the human anatomy works, you tend to put your money on the boxer that actually is younger to actually withstand the intensity and the pressure and will you say put his act together, get his act together, and actually cope with the intensity, like I said, and the tiredness or fatigue that will come with going all the way in such a scenario. But there's also another scenario you also have to look at. Itama is not the man that knows how to stretch fights for that long. He goes for the kill, knocks out his opponent, and it's done and dusted. Everything is done and dusted. The fight is done, it's over. So that could also be another advantage for Hergovic. He's a man that knows how to go all the way. But Itwama isn't necessarily that sort of, we say, fighter. So at the end of the day, how will Itwama's legs hold if he's able, or if Hergovic is able to get that match or get that game to go all 12 rounds? So these are questions you have to ask yourself, and these are questions that will have to be asked. And technically, we can't answer till the fight, or we get to see that fight. But I think Hergovic might have a slight edge or advantage if that game is to go all 12 rounds or 10 rounds at the end of the day. But I think Itwama will be looking to end that game as quickly as possible, because I mean, it's to his advantage that that game ends quickly, and that's what he will definitely want to do. For Hergovic, is to try and see how to avoid those heavy punches, or to avoid the heavy punches that will take you to the ground and probably give Itwama the victory. So I think it's about drawing that game for as long as possible, knowing that you're used to it, and you definitely look like you have the advantage over the man on the long run. And we can't, or we don't know his ability of holding things out or holding fights out or down when they get to stretch for that long.
Right, let's head over to the phone line 08109510951 0701933996. Liverpool have already gotten a goal. Who was the goal scorer right there?
Isaac.
Alexander Isaac. On his day, he's unbeatable.
Definitely. I mean, Liverpool have a world-class nine in Isak. It's just a matter of keeping him fit and actually making sure he gets the services he needs to actually put the ball into the back of the net. Last season, the man was so isolated when he had to play games, and when he wasn't playing games, he was on the doctor's table recovering from injuries. And Liverpool will be happy to have the man back and have him firing on all cylinders. They need Isak's prowess in front of goal, and also not just Isak's prowess. I mean, they need a lot of players within that team to actually step up at the end of the day. Florian Wirtz is one of them, and the man has actually looked decent today on the field of play. So if they can get Wirtz and Isak to actually step up there, I think Liverpool fans are in for a treat going into next season.
All right, head over to the phone lines now. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, this is Tony Oswald.
Tony Oswald. Yeah, Oswald.
Very good afternoon to you, Tony Oswald.
Yes. Yes, Ergovic and Etaoma. Wow. So many people will be of the opinion that Ergovic was just handed over the title, the IBF title, without fighting for it. But that guy is an animal. Yes, within that rank, not in the mode of anyway music yet, but Itaoma should be very, very careful. And one thing that will work for Itaoma is his youthfulness, and that power punching. He has that power punch, that could bring his opponent down if the opponent is not, careful, or it could not sustain. So Itaoma going into this boxing, and we know that he's not known for stretching a fight to that round 12 or so. So this man, is a man that could go all out. But it should be very, very. What I want to say, it should be very, very careful, because it's not going to be an easy fight, honestly, because Egovic would like to stretch him to that time, and Itaoma being somebody who is, I would say it's naive, but he's not, known for that prolonged fight. It could be very, very dangerous. It could be very, very dangerous. So for him to get edge over him, or edge on him, he should make sure he ends the fight at least from round 5, round 6. And another thing, Itaoma, if he's gonna do something very early, go down in history as the second person. It is something to be cared about, in Nigeria. Behind that, Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson just 20 years, 9 months and some days, 27 days or so. So, but if he goes ahead, 21 years, a title holder. It will, it is something to care about. So, we want to see that fight. Itaoma should be very careful with that man. So that's what I want to say for now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Tony. Was for 08109 0810951097019339962. Hello, caller. Good evening. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, this is.
It's Beatty Day, your mother.
Okay. This is the wrong line to call. This is 395.1 FM. 081095109510701933996. That's for the SMS and the WhatsApp. No, but for the full line, it's 08109510955. But we had the same caller call last week. I don't know. It's as if they're looking for blessing. we had the same person.
Looking for blessing over the weekend.
I don't know.
Blessing, give the phone to. Is your mommy there?
Is your mommy there? But we need more of that. If you want to call blessings line.
Blessing.
Hopefully it's not our blessing. 080951095107019339962. Oh, Sas. Philip Hugovic and Moses Itaoma. By the end of this month, August 29th, with these two lock horns in the squared ring for the IBF heavyweight title, and then 6 months later, they take on Frank Sanchez, or the winner will take on Frank Sanchez in the title bout. Who makes it out for you? Is it going to be youth against experience? Moses Itaoma, 20 wins, 0 losses. For 14 wins, 0 losses. For Filip Pogovic, 21 wins and a loss. He's 34 years of age. Moses Itaoma is 21 years of age. There's a 13-year gap between these two boxers. It could be a launch pad into the next big thing for either of these two men. What's your take on that?
Yes, well said. A launch pad for either of them, one coming late and the other one, I think that could be what announces him to the big stage in the world of boxing. For Moses Itauma, he's been serially known for hitting these older guys so hard that most likely after that they end up retiring. So I don't know if that could be the fate of Filip Hugovic if he comes up against Moses Itauma. But I think Moses Itauma is poised to take the reins in this particular one. He's been doing pretty good for himself. Ooh, that was Florian Wirtz right there. Would have made that one too for Liverpool, but the call didn't go as expected there for Florian Wirtz. I think this Liverpool side should be a side to be feared, Henry. I can see the intensity coming from them. Though the English Premier League has not started anyway. But I think I like what I'm seeing with the Liverpool side under Anthony Raiola. He's brought that same Bournemouth spirit, contest for every ball, press as hard as possible you can. I don't know, but hope the injuries will not come in for Liverpool with all of this kind of play. But it's been good. It's a good phase Liverpool are finding themselves right now. But back to what I was saying, I think Moses Itauma is poised to take this particular one. Who was the last person that beat Filip Hugovic? Was that Anthony Joshua?
I think that was Deontay Wilder.
Was it Deontay Wilder or Anthony Joshua? I know one of them, but it's been
Yeah, it was Daniel Dubois.
Daniel Dubois. So now it's been a time for Filip Hugovic, but against Moses Itauma, I am pretty not sure if Filip will be able to stand those ferocious punches that come from him and combinations. One good thing with Moses is his combinations. It's been one thing that has kept him very relevant in the world of boxing, and I think we want to see how he can handle. This should be his biggest fight. And you know the pressure that comes with getting on the big stage. I want to see how he handles this, but I think he's well prepared.
He says he does not care about the title. So this is more about beating those big names.
You should shut up there. He cares very much about the titles. There's no boxer that doesn't care about the titles.
Let me just get this call. Hello, colleague. Good evening. Good afternoon.
Hello, I call back.
All right, go on.
Yes, this one is actually an accident for Irama. Yes, and a springboard to have a bite as the all time this is unification belt. So it should brace up, really brace up. It shouldn't just go and the old man or whatever. But at least from that age, it's not too old. So it's still within that young age. His age has not dropped. Strength is not dropping. It has not dropped. So it should be very.
Oh, looks like we lost that call there. 0810-9510951. That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it's 07019339962. Liverpool friendly match against Monaco. It's currently 1-0. Alexander Isak getting that goal. 26 minutes on the clock.
No, they're not going to win their customary trophy. They are losing to Dortmund.
There's still the second half. They are
losing to Dortmund to the Emirates Cup.
No, the game is not always determined in the very first half of the encounter. Arsenal can come back with 2 sharp goals and pull the strings right here. With Arsenal, anything is possible.
Okay, with Arsenal, everything is possible, or anything is possible. Arsenal are currently losing the Emirates Cup to Borussia Dortmund. Yeah, what do you think of that? 08109510951 0701933996. Guys, just speaking on friendlies before Blessing does come about to take things from my hand. The friendly Chelsea against AC Milan. 3-0. Romeo Lavia completing his first 90-minute game since when? 3 years. A good one for Chelsea fans. But Xabi Alonso seems to be building something. But he's not Xabi Alonso to talk about. He's the other manager of Milan. the former Manchester United Amorim. Could things work out in that Milan outfit? He says he has a change of heart, especially from what happened at Manchester United. He's ready to change how he goes, how he views things. Henry, could it work out?
The
Yeah.
lead.
Oh, Liverpool have doubled the lead. Is that Isak once again? Okay, I think it's
Vit. It looks to be Florin Vit.
This is the kind of
It's Vit.
this is the Liverpool we expect to see next season. I say expect.
Until the season starts.
Stop being jealous of us.
I'm not
Focus on
jealous. You know,
Arsenal.
nobody wins the English Premier League from the preseason.
I just think Liverpool fans should be happy with what they are seeing from Iraola and the way they are playing. It's sort of bringing back the Liverpool we know, the Liverpool that is high metal, like high octane, high pace, high pressing, and that's what matters to a lot of Liverpool fans. Like even if you lose games or you lose the game, at least let it be like the team put in an effort and they fought. On that note, it was appalling. Liverpool matches were very boring to watch last season. You could literally sleep through the games last season, but he has been frantic and end to end. Hopefully, it's not yet set. Hopefully, with time, Iraola will get his instructions and his methods through to the players fully, and they'll get to understand. It's still a work in progress, and there will still be poor games next season. But I think as time goes on, they'll have a clearer understanding and clearer picture of what the coach actually wants for them. And you were asking about
Chelsea and Ruben Amorim.
Ruben Amorim. See, that AC Milan team is whack. Sorry to say that way, but it just isn't good enough. That AC Milan team just isn't good enough, and that's a big problem for AC Milan next season. I think he will try and make do with the best he has. He's been playing on Samuel Chukwueze as a right wing back. He's been making or trying to do some tactical changes. Narrowly lost to Inter Milan 2-1. I think they beat Juventus in preseason also. Lost out to Chelsea 3-0. And yeah, they've been here, neither here nor there with AC Milan. But like we always say, it's just preseason and the season will get to start anytime soon. But I think it hasn't really been encouraging from what I've seen from AC Milan, but I think the problem stems deeper than just Ruben Amorim. He hasn't really been able to refresh the squad as much as he wants because a lot of the names are still names from last season. I'm still seeing in the AC Milan squad. Not much fresh names or fresh legs have been brought in. So it also adds to compounds to the problem the man is actually facing or he will be facing in AC Milan over there. But let's see if he can make the best out of it. The main aim is to try and qualify for the Champions League. I think qualifying for the Champions League will be success or more than enough success for me for AC Milan next season.
All right, based on, I think I'll leave the transfers for the guys doing the transfers. But 08109510951, that's for the phone line, for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It's 0701933996. You can call in on all we've discussed from the top of the hour. Athletics Nigeria at the under-20 championships. We've got athletes into the finals of the 4x100 relay, 4x400 relay, and the 200 meters as well. Can they finish on the podium? Can they get a medal? That's the question as well too. Formula One, your most underrated drivers heading into the second half of the season. Who has underperformed? Who has overperformed heading into the second half of the season? In boxing, we have Itama and Philip Hugrovich. August 29th, 2026. There's two men who battle it out for the IBF title. They'll battle out for the IBF title. Who could take that crown and what does it mean for either of those men? 0810-9510-951 0701-933-9962. Hello, hello. Good evening. Good afternoon. Welcome. Yes, this is.
How now they over there?
Yes, we're doing good. Who are you?
That's good. Happy Sunday.
Yeah, happy Sunday to you as well. Who am I speaking with?
Yeah, it's Maxwell.
Yes,
It's over. I
Maxwell.
want to, please, can you back me up at least for the Manchester United transfer or what goes on in the team? Because I've not heard anything from. Like, let me just call to get from you. Please.
Yeah, we will have the transfer show coming up in a few hours, and the guys will dish out everything that's happening in the world of transfers from Manchester United. I don't think we're getting anything from Manchester United so far. They currently have an injury that's, I think, looks sure. Missy Mount, Missy Mount is injured. So hopefully they go into the transfer market. So the guys in the second half will give you all the rundown of the top clubs and your favorite club, Manchester United, and what's going on there. So still keep it tuned into today.
I hope they are good. I hope they are doing. I hope they are doing preseason too.
Yes,
like
they are doing preseason. They played against Paris Saint-Germain yesterday. It ended in a 1-0 draw.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Speaking of Manchester United, guys, 1-0 against the European champions, and they are into Europe themselves too. So many of them are already crowning themselves, maybe making it into the final. But a good performance against the UEFA champions, Paris Saint-Germain, Manchester United.
Nothing is concrete from pre-seasons. You draw with Paris Saint-Germain and you feel you can win the UEFA Champions League. Hold on until the middle of next year. We would know how well you would have done. So I think, it could pass as a good performance. Everybody's trying to start very well. That's one thing I know. When it's time for business, we would now be able to tell ourselves that this is Manchester United that we have dreamed of. But for now, everything still remains the build-up.
08109510954. That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp, put to the 0701-933-9962. Blessing Thompson takes over to gist you guys on everything European football in a few seconds' time. The next voice you will hear will be the lovely voice of Blessing Thompson. Don't change the dial. You see, tune into Today95.1 FM, Today Sports Live.
Live, like I said, this is the marathon edition, and you have been with Ovie from 1 p.m. and now it is time for us to talk football. We took you through other sports, athletics, basketball, and the whole rest. Now it is time to talk about the game that unites the world, football. And you're listening to my voice, Thompson Blessing. I've got the guys here in the studio with me to break down everything as it has to do with football. And of course, I've got you, my wonderful listeners out there. We've got the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, and we've also got the phone lines for your taking. Let me get out the numbers for you. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it is 0701 9339 962. 0701 9339 962. For the phone lines, it is 0810 9510 951. 0810 9510 951. Cause you don't get it twice. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. There is a demigod in the world of sports, the SAS here. There is the sports chef, Ovie. And there is also Henry Ogugo in and around. Ovie, club football is almost back. I mean, the La Liga is going to be starting in let's say like a week. The Premier League is going to be starting to the French League. A whole lot and a whole lot. How excited are you for the return of club football?
I'm very, very excited. Resume. It started. We have Ajax against Pexul, and getting an assist in that 20 private team.
Yeah.
76 minutes on the clock, and Ajax took on them to gather all 3 points in that match. So already getting action from the Dutch league before we have the championship. Then the Premier League. Before that, we'll have the other leagues, the Italian league, the Spanish league resume. So lots of actions to be expected. And with the World Cup done, everyone wants to look at the next biggest thing in the club football, and that's the UEFA Champions League, and what to expect from the second time that we'll have this phase with the new clubs coming in, and also pretty excited.
Yeah, Ovie is very, very excited for the new season that is about to commence. How excited are you too for this new season? Well, that and many more we're going to be talking on the show. Well, if you're ready to talk football, so I am. Be starting from Manchester United. We're going to take a short stop at Manchester United, as Michael Carrick has confirmed Marcus Rashford will be part of Manchester United squad when they face Leeds in a pre-season friendly in Dublin on Wednesday. Although it was not expected, Rashford will return to the club after he has spent a loan deal in a whole long time on loan in Barcelona. The La Liga champions failed to trigger the buyback clause for Marcus Rashford. Despite interest elsewhere, there has been no deal, meaning Rashford will return to United for the first time since January 2025. That was when he moved to Aston Villa after falling out with former manager Ruben Amorim. Manchester United will complete their pre-season program against Ruben Amorim's new club, AC Milan, on the 15th of August, where Marcus Rashford could make his first United appearance since December 2024. That is, if Carrick decides that Wednesday is too soon. Wednesday is when they're going to be facing Leeds United. Well, Michael Carrick is a former teammate, and he's now the coach and manager of Rashford. It has been felt that if anyone is up to patch the relationship between club and player, it has to be Michael Carrick. Well, reports have confirmed that Marcus Rashford is already back at Carrington as it stands now. We have been seeing lots and lots of videos of Marcus Rashford coming back to Carrington. Well, like I said, we have the guys here. I have the guys here. We have the guys here in the house. Well, I want to come to you, Henry. Just quickly, first of all, do you think Rashford still has a place in this United team?
Well, I don't think they've not signed another attacker, or any attacker so far. So, by the looks of things, he still has a place in the team, definitely. He is a United boy through and through, brought up, came in through the youth ranks at United, and yeah, did show some glimpses of what he can be at his best at Barcelona last season. I still think he has a future at United. It's a matter of if the United fans or if the club itself is still willing to give this man a chance to show what he's capable of or show what he can actually do. I think Carrick is hell-bent and keen on keeping the man at the club. That has been very evident and clear from day one. And hopefully he actually gets to do that and actually gets to keep Marcus Rashford, because I think he has something to offer. Maybe too many expectations on his shoulder and all that stuff, but I think he can offer something extra, offer something he might have or be of good use. I mean, you have Mbeumo, you have Cunha. Rashford is sort of another profile that you would love to have in your team. Very direct, fast, and not a bad finisher at the end of the day. So I think it's also key, and it also saves the club a lot of spending a lot of money in the transfer window. We are seeing how expensive the forward market is at this point in time. So I mean, why not keep Rashford and see what you can make out of him, or how you can make do with him, because he's not going back to Barcelona. Adeyemi and Gordon have gone through the door at Barca, and by the looks of things, they're not going back for Marcus Rashford again. So what's the next option? So I think it's to try and patch things up and for Rashford to stay next season. And let's see how it works out, but let's see how it plays out. But I think that will be the case, and we get to see Rashford actually play for Manchester United again next season.
But does Rashford actually fit into Carrick's plan right now? If you look at the starting lineup of Carrick, I mean, we can also see that Matis Cunha has taken over that number 10 jersey from Rashford. Where do you think Rashford can line up right now in Manchester United team? And will he have to start fighting for his starting spot right again?
First off, he will fight for a starting spot, because I think Cunha is ahead of him in the pecking order as things stand. But does he have a good chance? Yes. Like I said, he offers something different. He offers more direct running and all that stuff. And that's something Rashford brings, his pace and his ability. He loves to run in behind also from the wide position. So that's another advantage. And we see Carrick sort of play like, Carrick United play like a counter-attacking side, not like they sit back and soak up pressure. Like they sort of do a mid-block, and they sort of like is plays in such a way that the fullbacks have a lot of space to actually run in behind the defense. I said fullbacks, the wingers have a lot of space to actually running behind the defenders, and I think that's something that will actually suit Marcus Rashford a lot. I think the way Carrick plays will actually suits Marcus Rashford a lot. But it's about the man finding his rhythm in that squad and actually seeing if he can displace Matheus Cunha, or it depends on how Carrick wants to set up. It doesn't look like Sesko is his first option, so Cunha could actually end up playing as the man up front at the top. Then we actually see Rashford play from the left from the onset. So wait to see how Carrick actually shapes things up, actually sets them up. But does he have a chance at future United? Definitely, 100% yes.
100% yes for Henry. And also, as coming up to you, do you also share the same thoughts with Henry on Rashford fitting into Carrick's plan for United next season? Him getting back the number 10 from Matheus Cunha, or maybe something else, Carrick, a plan that Carrick has for Rashford?
First off, Rashford's number is just number 10. I mean, he's not going to be playing the number 10 role. He does his business from the right-hand side. So he's got a chance to fall in back from that right-hand side. Who will be contesting with Marcus Rashford? Amad Diallo is there. He plays from the left or from the right?
From the left.
From the left. Okay, so Patrick Dogo.
I think Dogo will go back to being a left back. Because Ahmad is still there. Okay, sometimes he does use Dogo as a winger. It's just, like I said, it all depends on what's his name now. Carrick or how Carrick decides to set the team up. But I mean, he has variety of options now, especially with Rashford coming back into the squad. I mean, as regards how he wants to set up his side or how he wants them to play and attack. The who can play as a left wing guy. We saw him do that with the man last season until he got injured. There's still Amad Diallo, there's still some other players. So I think he'll look at his forward line and feel he has some healthy or decent options. Maybe not the best all round, but I mean some healthy or decent options that can and will get the job done.
All right. So for Rashford, I think, and for Michael Carrick is one man that knows Rashford very well. In all of his stay right there at Manchester United, so he understands how to play Rashford. Rashford preferably wants to play from the left. Patrick Dogo is one person that could give him a run for his money. I'm trying to look at all the persons that could actually give Rashford a run for his money right there with the quality that he has got, with what he was able to do back there at Barcelona. I think he would seamlessly in his place back in the Manchester United squad. You know the quality of Rashford. He could also play as a centre forward, so it's an added plus there for Michael Carrick, who currently has would I say a loophole in the centre forward department, because Matheus Cunha is not an outright centre forward. The outright centre forward that was looked at and brought to Manchester United is Benjamin Šeško, and rather than become a starting centre forward, he has become a super sub. So maybe that could also open up some spaces for Marcus Rashford and some duties for Marcus Rashford. I feel Rashford still has a story to tell at Manchester United. It's been a club that has been after his heart, occupies a very, very important part of his playing time. So I think he's back to where it all kicked off in full from, and he could find that missing piece and get himself back on it. A movement or a stay at Barcelona did not materialize. Where else for him? He has to come back, and good enough, it's a manager that knows him very well. For everybody within the class of Marcus Rashford, they've been happy to see a man like Michael Carrick return back. So Rashford cannot be different from the rest. He will definitely also be happy to see him, and Michael would also be happy to have him within his ranks and make proper use of the man Marcus Rashford. So he still has a lot to offer right there at Manchester United, and I think he can seamlessly fuse in with the number of talents that are right there at Manchester United. I think he has everything in him to get back into that starting lineup.
Okay, you've heard from the guys right here in the studio. Do you think Marcus Rashford can actually seamlessly fit back into Manchester United into Manchester United team? Manchester United fans, you can call in and you can air your thoughts. You can also send in your text messages. Do you think, are you happy to have Rashford back into the team? Are you excited? Do you think that Rashford can actually come and, you know, that he has been there at Manchester United. He knows what it is to play in Manchester United. He has stayed there for a long while. He has been at Old Trafford and he's coming back to familiar grounds. Are you excited to have him, or you think that Marcus Rashford back to Manchester United is not a good one? Well, Obi, there is something again. Before Marcus Rashford came back to Manchester United, he was at Barcelona, and there was a buyback clause which was not triggered by the La Liga champions. There was reports that Marcus Rashford was actually open to staying back at Barcelona if they triggered that clause, which unfortunately for him was not triggered. This brings me to the question: is Marcus Rashford actually willing to play for Manchester United? Do you think this is actually, should I say, an open marriage? Everybody is happy. You want Manchester United and Manchester United wants you back. Or you think this is one-sided? It's just the player coming back because he has no other option right now. He just has Manchester United. No other club have shown interest in the man. Or you think that this is actually a mutual agreement between the both parties?
Yes, as much as I wanted him to stay at Barcelona, it didn't work out. But I won't say it's something that has to do with bad blood between him and Manchester United. The man loves Manchester United, but it just didn't work out with previous managers, and he felt he couldn't just stay in the club without getting enough games to play. So why not go outside and test what could happen? We saw him at Aston Villa. It worked out well for him. He had a good season there. He moved over to Barcelona, won 2 trophies there as well too. It looked good. We saw the beautiful goals he scored for Barcelona, especially at the Champions League. Saw that goal against Newcastle and the rest. So he did his part. If the club didn't want to keep him, it was not his fault. And he's obviously eager to go back to Manchester United and play his heart out if they would accept him back. This is where he grew up from. This is where he grew up. He's not Manchester United most of his life, and also as long as he can get so understanding with the manager, I don't think it's about I'm free to play anywhere. Yes, obviously I will play anywhere. If I'm not wanted here, I'll go to where I feel appreciated. I'll go to where I feel wanted. And you could see if I believe if Manchester United really wanted to let go of him, they would have sold him a long time ago. But they decided, let's send him out on loan.
But there are no clubs are not coming for the man. Actually, there is no club that is coming for Marcus Rashford currently.
Well, it doesn't mean it does not stop him from being a top player as well.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop him from being a top player and showing that he's vital to the squad. He still went on to the England national team, played 6 games for them, had a goal and had an assist. A very vital instrument under Thomas Tuchel. So he's not the first big name that we know that is going under the radar. So I'm not really surprised there. I would just say if it can all work out for him at Manchester United, it should work out for him.
Yeah, if we can actually work out for Manchester United and Marcus Rashford, they should go on with the deal. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome to today's Sports Life.
Good afternoon. Please, I want to speak to the pastor.
I think it's a wrong number. I think it's a wrong number.
Wait, is your mommy there?
This is
Why did you find your mommy?
Let me take another call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show. It's Blessing. We greet you too.
I'm calling from Thai local government.
Welcome to the show.
I want to know how many players have signed now.
Sorry, you said how many players?
City have signed. Man City.
Okay, how many players Man City have signed? Just listening and you would get the numbers of players that Man City have signed.
Okay, what of Barcelona?
You will get that. We also have a transfer show coming in where you get everything regarding transfers of clubs. Thank you. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good night. Good afternoon.
Welcome.
The other guys in the house.
Welcome, Kabalobari.
Yes, Kabalobari.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just start it from Liverpool, from their precision. They are doing good, but precision is not a league. But I believe that coach, because the pattern of football where they are a club in the play, and another pattern of football where in the play. And I'm not saying my next season, you know, go day ball like last season. Yes, because that last season, from my matches like this, I sleep deeper. I don't like them, but this man I not saying that will come out. Then for Man U, that wing, who na the talker there, Patrick Doku. The thing where Rashford is, you go carry Patrick Doku, go compare with Rashford now. That one I use also. Yes, very big one, because even though as Patrick Doku day in bed, and Rashford day half, me, I go see with Rashford take play, lead Doku. Waiting at the one Rashford to do, Rashford don't do it. So now I don't see him like one player, because always that they like I'm making come up for Man U, both place in grand for another place. And they don't do it for Aston Villa, do it for Barcelona. I don't say Barcelona road. Now I'm first priority now they do that, because you know if you get Rashford, You go leave Rashford, go buy Gordon. That one I misplaced price. Even that Tayo, the way they buy from Dortmund, now still misplaced buy, now they buy. Because Rashford, those two players, I'm not sure they will do well for that Barcelona team, but Rashford. Then Man U made them drop their ego, their fans, and all their boss, made them drop their ego. Because then they said, they do like they own too much. Rashford, now person who say this season, he will ask plenty value of Manchester United, but if they don't need them, let them see let them go, but then they still need them. Yes, because Rashford is still the top player than Manchester United. Even for the main nine, he will still play. When you play Rashford, Cunha, with Bueno, for that front, in a very strong front, maybe that than Doku. Rashford will still get played for that Manchester United. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kabilo Barry. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm saying we're calling from Finish.
Welcome. Your thoughts, please.
Happy Sunday to you guys.
Same to you.
My coach Ralph was remaining on Manchester United. He's always in Manchester United for a purpose. So if nobody is coming for him, that is where he will remain. But I don't see any more change in that Manchester United for Marcus Rashford, except for the fact that Michael Carrick is now in charge. Maybe it may not favor him a bit, but I don't see that guy benching Cunha. That is the problem. Marcus Rashford crying has gone. When United wanted to give him that contract, people were saying that the money is too much, it will affect him. It's as if they are criticizing for nothing. But when Manchester United do play at that big offer, you see the flow from that side, and that is what is happening. Another environment would have been good for that guy, but it's unfortunate that no club is coming for him. So let's see what will happen next season.
Okay, thank you very much for your thoughts. Thank you very much. For Manchester City signings.
I think Manchester City have got 4 signings already done and dusted. Elliot Anderson, central midfielder, signed from Nottingham Forest for a whopping £116 million. Matis D. Tobet, left winger, signed from Estac Troyes, that's in the French League R, right? Yeah. They are into the League 1 or League 2. So for £21.4 million. Jeremy Monga from Leicester City for £10 million, and P.S. Charles, a goalkeeper from Sheffield Wednesday, for £3 million. Then you also asked about Barcelona. Barcelona have signed 3. Anthony Gordon's from Newcastle for £69 million, Karim Adeyemi from Borussia Dortmund for £25 million, and Jesse Bisiwu, right winger, 18-year-old from Club Brugge, for an undisclosed fee.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
This is Victor from Port Harcourt.
Victor, welcome. Your thoughts.
Please, I want to know about Liverpool transfer.
Okay,
Please.
You will get that as the show progresses. Thank you very much, Victor. 08109510951, 08109510951. That is for the phone lines, and for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it is 0701-9339-962. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Yes, I saw that Kavulo Barry.
Okay, welcome.
That can give me an update on the Eketiki. I want to know how this is on the injury. Thank you.
Okay, you get that. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
No, the latest. Hello. I said I want to hear the latest updates on Rodri going to Barcelona.
Okay, you will get that. There is a transfer show that will be coming up from 4:30 p.m. So you can tune in and you'll also get everything.
And again, I don't think Rashford at the moment is better than Gordon. So Barcelona signing letting Rashford go and signing Gordon, I don't think it's a big, it's a bad decision anyway.
Okay.
Because the guy is younger and also in good form than Rashford.
Okay. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Yeah, thank you. Liverpool transfers.
Okay, before maybe Henry talks to us about Liverpool transfers, we'll just talk about Hugo Ekitike. He's still in the middle of his rehabilitation process from that ruptured right Achilles tendon. That injury that he sustained last season till end of last season, and his return date would be around 26 December 2026. So he would go past a quarter of the new season, or the till end of this year's part of the new season, without playing for Liverpool. So Henry, you have transfer updates coming from Liverpool?
For transfers, only very few notable signings have been made. Jeremy Jacquet from Rennes, Victor Munoz from Osasuna, and of recent, the man who is flying into Anfield today to have his medical from Barcelona, a loan move with an option to buy Ronald Araujo. So far, nothing else. Bradley Bakula, they're in talks with PSG for the man, and also, according to reports, Ibrahim Mbaye. So, till any of those are finalized, just 3 signings for Liverpool this summer: Jeremy Jacquet, Victor Munoz, and Ronald Araujo.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Name and location.
My name is Lovebird. I'm calling from Abuja.
Okay, your thoughts, please.
I just want to ask a question. If a player is taking on a specific jersey number in a club and decides to go on loan, is it fair for another player to inherit that jersey number? What if that happens and the player comes back? So what about that jersey number? What is going to happen with that jersey number? Just like in the case of Marcus Rashford, I believe that Kona has inherited that jersey number first. So as Rashford is coming back now, what's going to happen about that jersey? Are they going to return it to him?
Well, that is the coach's decision. That is the coach's decision. If he likes to return the jersey number to Rashford, or if Konya will still stick with the number 10 jersey, that is solely up to the coach, and it does not really have any major significance on the player or anything. It is up to the coach if he decides to give back to the player that went out on loan, or still leave it the number with the player that got it after Jordan. Well, it can also be discussed within the players. Like, for example, the Cunha and Rashford number 10. It can be discussed. Rashford can go to Cunha and like, do you want this back? Do you want me to take it back? And well, Cunha might give it or not. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Okay, that was a drop call situation. Do well to call us back as the phone lines are still open. 08109510951. That is for the phone line. 0701933962. That is for the WhatsApp and the SMS for too. Manchester United fans, call in and tell me, are you excited that Marcus Rashford is back to the club? Do you think he still has a whole lot to offer to Manchester United? I mean, he's now going to be playing under Michael Carrick, no longer Ruben Amorim. We know the whole story and the bad blood between Rashford and Amorim. Now is Carrick. It is Carrick's time. He has been with Rashford. He has played with Rashford, and he's now going to be a manager. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Sorry, I just before dropped.
Okay.
So, yeah, I heard your answer, but not Marcus Rashford. I think he deserves to play like a Carrick case, because Marcus Rashford, I saw in Barcelona. You know, that guy did extremely well. I was even thinking that Barcelona are going to keep him, because that guy displaced this Rafinha, this Brazilian Rafinha. In fact, if you take Rafinha and Rashford, I picked Rashford over Rafinha because of his pace, his speed, his balance, one-on-one, even two against him, he can take them. that take them on. But Rafinha cannot do that. So Rafinha is a better goalkeeper than Rashford. But Rashford's speed, decisiveness, makes him a better player than Rafinha. So Manchester United needs a player like him. I don't think there is any player in that Manchester United team that can bench Rafinha or Rashford, that can be compared with that Rashford in that wing, side wing. So he deserves it more than even he deserves it more, and I think he will make a perfect player with Harry.
Okay, thank you very much for your text. Well, I mean, there is also the question: do you think Rashford is actually willing to come back to Manchester United? Do you think he's excited to come back to Manchester United? Do you think he's going to bring his all in the coming season under Michael Carrick? Well, just quickly, if you are in charge, or if you happen to be part of the decision makers in Manchester United, and a late bid comes in before the transfer deadline for Marcus Rashford, would you keep him or sell him?
If I was to be the decision makers,
Yes, part of the
see,
decision makers.
football is all about what
I would sell him
I would
because
sell him.
United
That's
are
it.
playing in multiple competitions next season. They
Yes,
need as much
and
depth
so
as they can get, and they need quality, not just depth. They need quality. Like Kabolo Barry said, you can't put Rashford and Dogo in the same bracket.
no,
It's not
not
going
at
to
all,
happen.
not
And
at all.
I mean, you're looking for a goal against Dortmund in the Champions League, or against Barcelona or Real Madrid in the Champions League, and you're asked to choose between Dogu or Rashford, who you're going to look at for that goal, it's definitely Marcus Rashford at the end of the day. So it's not rocket science. United needs a big squad as much as possible, and if there are no offers for the man, then I don't even think Carrick wants to entertain offers. Probably, if not, something would have come up. A player like Rashford is available, clubs will be interested. There will be clubs
I think
that will be
Tottenham had
an interest, but it looks
an
like
interest. Yeah.
Carrick isn't ready to sanction an exit or departure from the man. Carrick still wants to see if this man can be a part of his setup. So I think for now,
It's 2-all. It's 2-all.
I think for now, or for the foreseeable future, I think it's not rocket science. Rashford should be a Manchester United player next season. They should even look to get that man, or keep the man, or sell the man, especially if an offer comes late into the window when you can't even replace him at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So for me, I think it's the same thing. Manchester United have got a lot on their plate in this season. Remember, they get back to the UEFA Champions League, the FA Cup is there, the Carabao Cup is there, a huge fight for the English Premier League is also there, and you're looking at keeping the best of legs that you've got. Yes, that's what Manchester United should be looking at this point in time. And Rashford is one of them. I know you want to look at the squad cohesion, squad chemistry, his impact on the younger ones. The last time under Ruben Amorim, one of the problems he had was his, would I call it indiscipline? But see, we've seen, not just in other clubs, even Manchester United, we've seen indisciplined players still handled properly, and they give as much productivity as Eric Cantona was not one of the best in terms of character, but he was one of the best in terms of what he puts out on the pitch of play. He was handled and managed. I can call many other players within the ranks of Manchester United and even outside Manchester United. So these things don't play. That's why I was trying to say, when it has to do with football, the business aspect of it comes to play first of all before you start looking at your emotions. He's a tool, a very, very good one at that point. So keep every other thing silent and just harness the best you can get from Marcus Rashford. That's exactly what I would say to my co-owners if, as you said, I were to be one of the decision makers right there at Manchester United.
Okay, that is Osas message to his co-owners. This one from the WhatsApp portal says, "Good afternoon, Blessing. A Liverpool fan saying Barca letting Rashford go and signing Gordon is misplaced priority. I laughed. His club, Liverpool, are desperately looking for a winger. They are even willing to pay 100 plus millions on Bacola. Then for just give Manchester United 30 million from the 100 collector. You love a player, campaign for him, and ask your club.
Henry is quietly collecting stray bullets
Who
where
said
he's
that?
seated. He said your club is looking
Who
for
says I'm a
Brady
Liverpool fan?
Bacola.
Who says I'm a Liverpool fan? Where's the
Okay.
proof I'm a Liverpool fan?
All right.
Where's the proof? Someone just comes and says something. Who is that? The person doesn't even know me.
They did not mention your name.
I thought you said Henry.
No, he didn't mention. He didn't mention.
And you didn't mention any
name.
name.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All
Because
right.
I said Henry, you're collecting stray bullets. I'm like,
I heard
Now,
Henry.
just the
I heard
message.
Henry.
He didn't call Harry. The message is long, but let me continue. He said, you love a player, campaign for him, and ask your club to sign him. And don't tell us, Barca fan, a player we watched last season and didn't like how he performed in some games, especially in the crucial games in the UCL. He should campaign for Liverpool to sign him and not come here to tell us our misplaced priorities. Who is that? a very angry Barcelona fan I can see, because he is saying that Barcelona did not make any misplaced signings by letting Marcus Rashford go, and he's firing shots at him. Okay. Hello, Kala. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I call back. It's Kabulobari. I'm the one that says what that guy replied. Yes, and I don't feel anyhow that he said such. If Liverpool wants to buy Rashford, they can go for it. But you know the relationship between Liverpool and Manchester United, so you shouldn't even think about maybe that Liverpool should go for Rashford. If Liverpool wants to go for it, they will go. If they go for Bacola for that amount of money, is it Rashford that they cannot go for? There's a relationship between Liverpool and Man United. That is the only problem. If not, okay, he said Rashford last season in UCS. How many matches where Rashford played last season for UCS? How many goals we score? Gordon. How many goals we Gordon play? How many games we Gordon play for Newcastle last season? How many goals we score and how many assists? Make you know they talk about business, say either in the love. Not be only to love club. When you love club, you go see check the output of the player, waiting when they bring into the team. Not be only to the love to say that they play well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kabolo Barry, for your test. Hello, Kala. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, blessing uncle.
Good afternoon.
No photocopy, no duplicate on the line.
Welcome, no photocopy. Your thoughts.
I think straight to Liverpool and the transfer taker in all the clubs, like the person that just dropped the mic before me said, I totally agree with him. Liverpool is a big club. Likewise, Barca, they have money to sign any player of their choice. And in EPL now, Liverpool are the club that top the chart in terms of trophies. They are the biggest club now in English football. So nobody should be as if Liverpool cannot take any player of their choice. But Liverpool is always there when it talk of a transfer. Like that cordon to Barca is a totally misplaced priority, because if you look at it, the ball is the same. What is the cordon to start? How many people have you been bringing? We talk of some players that are making season as not a wonder. We clap on that. All these something that do not transfer to paper and do not play. Money totally strength from the player has not done anything. The 140, that doesn't mean to say that that person talks about the content of back. It's a risk. This ball is different from a but this guy is not coming up. It has not done anything yet to prove that around. Even the goes back up saying, but when we put all this, who are the greatest winners? Nobody knows yet until when it comes to action. What we achieve at the end of the thing will become we are in the battle. Or not. For us, we have no choice with the team making who is there, and the team that makes him disciples as that we have to start. So we must remain there because I don't see that will sign him any of the big three.
Mm.
based on the particular and the current form of Rashford. This
Yeah.
is not the Rashford that rescue Mourinho. This is not the Rashford that they paid the same amount with Mbappe. If I do remember, after that World Cup, him and Mbappe were two of the most expensive players. But today, the revive is the same. And the only people that can fight is the Manchester United that is. But currently now, is the ability to putting left and just different. At least it knows it's green. But he do well with the window. I totally don't know now. After of the trust this will do well for the first final when you
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. No photocopy for your It's still today's Sports Live, the weekend marathon edition. Thompson Blessing here holding proceedings as we talk everything that has to do with football. Football for the global scene, football from the European scene. And we have been talking Manchester United and Marcus Rashford. Michael Carrick is going to be having Marcus Rashford back in Old Trafford, back and part of the Red Devils. He's going to be, he might actually have a starting point against Leeds United in a preseason friendly that Manchester United are going to be having on Wednesday, or it might be against AC Milan and Ruben Amorim's AC Milan. And we had been asking Manchester United fans, we have been hearing from Manchester United fans and fans of football, Marcus Rashford, Manchester United. Do you think this story is going to work again? Do you think Marcus Rashford can actually stay in Manchester United and give Manchester United fans his A game as he has done before the whole saga of Aston Villa, Barcelona coming back to the team? Do you think he can actually fit in Michael Carrick's starting lineup? Do you think that Manchester United are doing a good thing by keeping him? And we also asked if a bid comes for Marcus Rashford, should Manchester United let the man go? And while we have heard from the guys in the studio, and we have also heard from you, our wonderful listeners, without wasting much time, let us talk the WAFCON. countries have booked their place to represent Africa. Let's not forget that for this year's WAFCON, as far as you just go into the semi-final, you have a place at the FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil, and 2 teams have gotten that spot to represent Africa. That is Algeria and Morocco. Morocco were 2-1 winners over South Africa, and also Algeria, they qualified over West African giants Cote d'Ivoire. They qualified over Cote d'Ivoire 2-1, and these 2 people would be representing Africa for now. We also have 2 other qualification spots. That is for the semi-finals. There is going to be a playoff spot. That one is for later. But for the semi-final spots, we have 2 more spots waiting to be filled up. Now let's go on to talk to Super Falcons of Yes, it is Cameroon versus Nigeria for the 2026 WAFCON quarterfinals. They are going to be booking their place. They are going to be playing for a place in the semi-finals. And also, do not forget, the big one, a World Cup ticket is going to be taking place today, August 9, 2026, this evening by 6 p.m. Nigerian time. And it's going to be taking place at the Labizaoli Stadium in Casablanca, Morocco. Well, this is more than just a WAFCON match. This is more than just a qualifiers for it's more than just a semi-final qualifiers, as Nigeria and Cameroon has historical rivalry. It has been a lot. They have been meeting every time. They have been meeting a whole lot of times, and Nigeria has repeatedly eliminated Cameroon in critical WAFCON games. Not just any game, critical WAFCON games. The 2016 final was one of that. The 2018 semi-final was another one, and the 2022 quarterfinals was another one. I remember that one. Rashidat Ajibade just gave us that hope, and that was the only goal that pushed Nigeria forward. Well, the defending champions will be looking forward to repeat their 1-0 victory over Cameroon in the quarterfinals. And ironically, this is also another quarterfinals. Fresh off a dominant 6-2 victory over Egypt, Nigeria head into a mouth-watering clash. It promises to be intense. We are talking about how this is not just booking a place in the semi-finals. We're also talking about booking or securing a World Cup ticket for the 2027 Women's World Cup in Brazil. How significantly does this pressure, does it affect, like, beyond the continental glory, there is also a direct qualification for the 2027 World Cup. Does this alter the players' mentality, or does this bring a sort of pressure on the girls?
I wouldn't want to say it brings pressure on the girls, because if anything was to bring pressure on the girls, it would have been after that first game against Malawi, and you could see clearly that the players of the Super Falcons are professionals to the core. They had to rise up to that particular occasion. They made little of what it's the effect would be, because not everybody will be able to bounce back immediately after that. If you look at it, it was a loss, a painful one against Malawi, and the game that followed that was Zambia. It's always a difficult one for you to lose a game, and the next team you're coming up against is a very strong one, and not just a strong one, a one who have gradually become some sort of rival or contenders to you in the Women's African Cup of Nations. But these girls were able to muster the bravery to get that victory. So I feel that was the point where I thought the Super Falcons were going to crack at that point. But that was the point where I knew that pressure is just but kids play to the players of the Super Falcons. And you can see it. The next game followed against the Egyptians. It would have been a very difficult one, because that was Egypt double motivated right from the beginning, because at that point you expect every team to want to at least go home with something. Don't just go home with a bag of goals that you have accumulated. Maybe get home with something to pride in your attendance of the Women's African Cup of Nations. Cape Verde went home with 1 point from the very last game. They lost their very first two games, but against Cameroon, who happened to be the group leaders, they went home with 1 point. That's what it is, playing a team that has been wounded and battered from the beginning in your last game of the group stage. But the Super Falcons were able to see through that one. Good enough, the head-to-head favors the Super Falcons against the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon, but I think we should also be wary of it, because we've got certain players in the ranks of the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon in this particular WAFCON who have separated themselves for greatness. The likes of Marianga, she's got 3 goals already in this particular tournament, and there is no other team she would want to score against if not the Super Falcons, because that would amount to an uplift in whatever she has put in this Women's African Cup of Nations. So we need to be wary of that also. Yes, we need to make sure that we keep the back clean. It's not going to be an easy encounter. Obviously, it will not be an easy one. 6 p.m. is the time, right?
Yes.
This evening. So it's not going to be an easy one at all. It will obviously and definitely be a cracker. It will be a tough one for the Super Falcons. But are the Super Falcons well able to get the victory here? Yes, I think they are, depending on how they are set up. I had my reservations from the game against Egypt. Saw Michel Alozie going back to the left back position again, and I'm asking, what is Justin Madugo on? What's he doing? What's he doing? Because you saw this girl in the first game play left back, and she was a shadow of herself. She got back in the second game, played her natural, traditional right back, and she won the woman of the match. And you are taking her back to left back again. What is your problem? I kept on asking, but I hope he would have learned from his mistakes. They say once beaten, twice shy. I don't know if Madugo will be beaten twice before he would now get shy, but let's see if he doesn't make such mistake again. Good enough, we have gotten the return of Tosin Demi, the return of Jennifer Echegini. Yes, she's back to the fold. So with Tosin Demi back, I think it will give him options in that defense. But please leave Michel Alozie on right back. If you don't want to play anybody at left back, leave it open. Let us know that it's open. Than for you to take someone who has shown that she owns and masters that particular position, to go somewhere else. Now you're leaving 2 openings which shouldn't have been. So I just hope that he sets that team in the right way. Echegini back into the midfield, I'm very happy for that, because her creativity is one that we cannot undermine at this point. Deborah Abiodun, beautiful anchor head there, beautiful defensive midfielder, does much more than even a defensive midfielder anchoring. She's also a huge contributor to whatever happens going front in that midfield. Tirelessly she works right there. So I thank God she's fit also to get into this particular one. Asisat has shown that age is just numbers. Up front, I think her presence will be very, very needed. She's very physical. And that is what you will need against a Cameroonian side. You need somebody who is physical, somebody who can marshal and bully their defenders at any point. We saw that against the Zambians, and the Zambians could not contain her presence in that 18-yard box. So we will really need that. Her pairing with Uchenna Kanu has been brilliant for 2 games now. So let's still have both of them start. We'll ease Esther Okoronkwo into the fold. She's coming back from injury, so I didn't expect her to light up the WAFCON like she did in 2024. So let's have her eased into the fray. Maybe in the second half she comes in and maybe contributes her beats. But I think we've got what it takes to make this quarterfinal clash against Cameroon one that would always remember. A lot at stake, as well said, as you said. The 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup qualification in Brazil is at stake. Yeah. Just one game, you qualify. You don't need much of a problem. Yes, if maybe this was what CAF did in the 2025 African Cup of Nations, we would have finished from the 2026 FIFA World Cup. I don't know why CAF doesn't want to adopt this.
Adopt what? Come on.
That look from Henry.
Adopt what?
No, now.
Adopt what?
We would have qualified for the
Adopt
World
what?
Cup.
Play qualifiers. If I have my way, they will play qualifiers in the women's game for the World Cup.
No, Nigeria has been record 3rd place finisher, so would have been to the World Cup on various occasions. So
what you're asking for. See what you're asking for. Well, the men's game does not operate like that, thank God. So at least we get to qualifiers. I mean, please, let's not start that. Let's not start it. Let's not start it. Please.
But it is what it is. So one game, one brilliant performance, and we are in the World Cup. Yeah. We still have a chance of going for the 11th Women African Cup of Nations title. That's what the Super Falcons have today, this evening. This is a double parade, a double enjoyment, double celebration if they win. So they know what's at stake. Just go there, get the victory.
Definitely go there and get the victory. But you talked about toasting the men here returning. And Harry, I want to come over to you on Nigerians' defense, the Super Falcons defense. The defense.
Yes, it has been poor. Demehi has been poor.
Okay.
She's been appalling. She was appalling against Malawi. She was appalling against Zambia, and she got the record against Zambia. She has been poor. There's no sugarcoating it. The defense has been poor. We considered so against Egypt. It has been poor. They just have to get their acts in order against Cameroon. That's basically just it. They have to do better defensively. That defense looks like a defense that will cave under any pressure. And Cameroon are a side you don't take lightly. And some new faces. They had their transition period and all that stuff, but I mean, they're still the first record when it comes to women's football on the African continent. So you have to take Cameroon serious at the end of the day. So I'm just looking at that defense. If you can let 2 in against Egypt, then is it Cameroon that can score us 2?
I mean,
but the thing is that we know the forward line can score anybody. That's the thing. That our forward line can score, put 3 past anybody on this continent on their day. They can, and they will do it. I mean, we all saw the last WAFCON final. We all saw what happened. Even against Malawi, without poorly we were playing, we still put 2 past Malawi. Against Zambia, we scored early on, we got that record, we managed the game. I even had chances. We could have scored more than 1 against Zambia. So our forward line, definitely, we will score. We will score. I can put my money and say we will score against Cameroon today. But my problem is, I can't put my money and say we will keep a clean sheet today because that defense line has been poor. Ohale and Demehi they haven't covered themselves in glory in this WAFCON. The Zambia game, they did see the game out quite well after Demehi's red card, but I mean, barring that, we haven't covered ourselves in glory defensively this WAFCON. And going forward, I think I need to see some changes. Please drop Ijami Lucy. I don't understand. I don't understand.
If you drop her now, who else?
Justin Madugu's. Will I say infatuation or love for Ijami Lucy? I don't understand.
But the problem is that
Rishola Babajide is there.
No, Rishola plays from the left. If you drop her now, you're going to be bringing in
Ajibade can play from the right.
You'll be bringing in our mom.
Ajibade can play from the right.
What's her name?
We saw what Gift Monday did just when she came on. Assisat is there. Jennifer Echegini is there.
Echegini plays from
Tony Payne. We saw
middle.
what Tony Payne did in the last game against Egypt. You see, all these girls.
What about what's her name? The beautiful one. The beautiful one now, the aged one. What's her name again?
The beautiful one.
Yeah, the one that we were complaining that how did she make the list ahead of
Francisca Odega.
That's it's the same. It's the same position she plays with Yamilusi.
No, please. Ajibade can play out wide. Tony Payne can play out wide or down the middle. We have Risha. Babajide was just literally beating her marker every time she had the ball against Egypt. Esther Okoronkwo is there. Asisat is there. Uche Nakanu is there. But you see Yamilusi, I don't want to see her start against Cameroon this time because I think if I see her start, I will personally fly over to Morocco and ask Justin Madugu what is wrong with him because I don't understand the rationale. There are better players in that team sitting on the bench and he's starting her.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. Like if Monday came in and we could see a difference. Uche Nakanu came in, we could see a difference. But Babajide was she had 2 assists. She was the woman of the match against against Egypt. She had 2 assists in that game. So I mean, let's call a spade a spade. I don't even know why you're saying Ajibade. Ajibade used to play outside when she started with the Super.
Well, now she's older and she's getting.
She's not old. She's 28. She's not.
She's older.
And she's older, but still, she can still play there. Tony Payne plays there. Tony Payne naturally is a winger. Yes, she can play down the middle as well. So I mean, I don't. Yeah, you can bring her off the bench, but not to be starting games because against Malawi, she was nowhere to be found. She was appalling. Against Egypt, and Liverpool are losing 3-2. Against Egypt, she was appalling as well. She was nowhere to be found. So I mean, it's one of those. It's just one of those things you're looking at and you're asking, what is the rationale behind the decision? My guy, Madugu, I beg, put your best legs on the pitch and stop all this tactical. I don't want to call it tactical. Stop all this favoritism you're playing around with or doing or showing because it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, it doesn't make any sense to Henry. Well, we are talking the Super Falcons of Nigeria as they will be taking on the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon, 6 p.m. Nigerian time. And now the phone lines are open again, 08109510951. Call in and share your thoughts. The Super Falcons, do you think they can get past Cameroon on this one? Do you think that the Super Falcons have what it takes? We have seen them in this tournament, first of all, starting from the heartbreaking loss to Malawi, and then we moved over to the Super Queens of Zambia. One goal to nil. That was the end of that match, and then the 6-2 win over Egypt. Hello, caller, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Hello, good afternoon.
Oh, I'm all back.
Okay.
So, that match today is a very tough match.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Nigerian girls will carry the day.
Okay. Are you giving us a scoreline?
Should be
2-1 in favor of the Super Falcons.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your thoughts. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Blakey. I come back.
Okay, welcome.
No photocopy notification on the line.
Yes, no photocopy your thoughts.
I think if you want to check on our young play degree before coming to this thing, there is nothing tough about it. But the only person that makes it look as if it's going to be a tough thing is the truth. Because we do respect to him is progressing. It is the young that are keeping in the career on this tournament, not the girls' career, or keeping the girls, or keeping the girls. It is only the girls that drive themselves. If you check on what we are calling analyzing, it's actually the happening. And the situation, and the girls to win, maybe 2-1, but this is not a team to other girls in other continents in the world. A lot has to be done. You will take a little of your time to do to give me the core kind of this privilege before coming to the ladies. Because these girls I think a kind of international common facilities. Like you don't that the kind of something that they will let you know will be taken before they graduate or they take the resistance. But the end of the day, the brilliance of the job, they will win. You can't spend time and look back on this something will happen. If you don't take a narrative and they think that you take it to come and do, irrespective of who put on that right to check. Don't take the don't look to the most successful thing in this competition and you say that under any tactics and you take it as a minute out. It's not done. The things they are in their DNA, they will do it. But please, this may be a little insight about this thing. That's my
Okay, no photocopy. Are you giving us his call line? Okay, we lost that call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Yes, good afternoon. Bless my cover.
Yeah, Kabula Barry, welcome.
Yes, about the match this evening for the girls. I trust those girls, not because of anything where the coach they do, because the coach not they put any input for those girls for this. Just they do. But based on what those girls can do and who they be for African football, I not say the match will go strong, but at the end, they go win. I know they like to predict match, but I see the match like a 3-1 match in favor of Nigeria.
3-1 in favor of the Super Falcons.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Kabula Barry. The phone lines are still open and you can still call in and share your thoughts. 08109510951. And of course, there is still the SMS and the WhatsApp for 20701-93399. To the show.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Name and location.
My name remains Steven Ido.
Okay, Steven.
I'm calling you from Port Harcourt.
Okay, Steven, welcome.
I think Super Falcon will win the Cameroonian team. And the small line, to me, which the Falcon defend well, they can also score 2-0 or will end 2-1. There will be a red card on that match.
A red card for who?
Either the Cameroon.
Okay.
That is my thing.
Okay, we have somebody predicting a red card already of that supercomputer. Anyways, we are still talking the Super Falcons of Nigeria as our ladies would be taking on the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon in an Inters clash. Hello, good afternoon, caller.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Locos from Agua.
Welcome.
All right. This match today, Cameroon and Nigeria. Something tells me that this Nigeria, this ourselves will cash out. The way my mind is speaking me, this match, just like what one of the presenter said about the Nigeria defense. It's very shaky. And watch that game against her. I watched, hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, I watched their first game against those Devils, but I'm Malawi also. I can't remember. The defense was so shaky, and the way those people displaced Nigeria, the way they played Nigeria, and Nigeria considered those 2 goals. And they were lucky against Zambia, but you can imagine an Egyptian team who support them, scoring Nigeria 2 goals, even though Nigeria scored 6. That tells you that the Nigeria defense is very shaky. And against a Cameroonian team, an informed Cameroonian team with their defensive record in this platform, I just see Nigeria passing this level. I think it's a strong match. It's going to be a strong match, and Nigeria will be under pressure because they'll be beating the Cameroonians, but I still believe that they will be under pressure. But I think
Okay, it seems we lost that call there. Do well to call back as we still love to get your thoughts on the show. Ovi, we're still okay. Before I come to you, Ovi, let's take this call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good evening.
Okay, good evening.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, all right. My owner, I just want to ask a question.
Your name, please.
My name is Lofton.
Okay, welcome.
I am asking the coach of this Sapascom.
Yeah.
The last WAFCON. Was she the same coach, or was he the same coach at that time?
Yes. Justin Madugu has been the coach of the Super Falcons.
Okay. So in that case, I think the defense was very strong. Especially the last match they played with Morocco and won. What happened to those people that defended them?
Would you say very strong? I mean, they conceded 2 goals against Morocco in the last WAFCON.
Yeah, they did. But when they got up to do this, Morocco couldn't near their defense again until they won. I watched the match now. So they should just let him just put those people and make sure things are done right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Kola is asking that Justin Madugu should use the same defenders that he used in the last WAFCON. I think
it's basically the same defenders he's using right now.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, Kola, good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Yes, that's what I call that.
Okay.
So, yes. So I think that match, that it seems to be a tough match against the Cameroonians because those people are very strong and I'm scared of them.
Yeah.
Defense, and they have a very sharp attack. Even though Nigeria has a very sharp attack, if you want to rate them, it's a 50-50 match. But I strongly believe that the Cameroonians are far ahead of the Nigerian team in this tournament. So for that reason, I believe that with Nigeria's experience in this WAFCON, I believe it's going to end in a goalless draw. But I feel that Nigeria will be eliminated in penalty.
Oh, okay. Somebody here is predicting penalties and even went for that to say Nigeria would be eliminated in penalties. But I think Nigeria has a whole lot of penalty takers. And if you look at the penalty taking players in Nigeria, you can actually point out a whole lot of them. Asisat Oshola, Rashidat Ajibade, and a whole lot of them. But well, Obiwala, let me come to you. Of course, Nigeria Super Falcons, there is a plethora of talent. We have a whole lot of players that can go out and get good game for us. But just give me names of players that you're going to be looking out for in today's match against Cameroon.
Well, of course, Tosin Demeyi, in defense, Rashidat Ajibade, always a name stay there.
Yeah.
Let's see what she can do, being the leader there. Asisat Oshola, she's been fantastic. 2 goals in the tournament so far. Although you see the penalties, but still, 2 goals in the tournament so far for her.
Not both are penalties. She scored is in Zambia.
She scored in Zambia in open play. But Rashida too, I think 2 goals. Mitchell Alozie in defense as well too. And Chiamaka Nadozie. So far, only a clean sheet against Zambia. We'll see what she can do. So far. The goals, most of the goals she's considered have been really, really sloppy. So, step up from her. Now, I would love to see that, but I think those will be the faces I'll be looking at in the tournament.
Okay, these are the pieces. And quickly, Obi, can you give us a scoreline? Do you want to give us a scoreline?
2-0.
2-0.
Yeah, favor of Nigeria.
You think that Chiamaka would actually be able to keep a clean sheet again?
I believe it's not just Chiamaka. I think with the addition of Tosin, Demehi, and the other girls, that's why. not just due to Chiamaka or the individual brilliance of Chiamaka.
Yeah.
So the other girls too in defense are also going to add their own spice to the defense, and that clean sheet will be very, very much possible.
Okay. We think a clean sheet is very, very much possible for the Super Falcons of Nigeria today. Osas, coming to you. Do you want to give us a scoreline?
I think it's going to be 2-1 in favor of Nigeria Super Falcons.
You don't see a clean sheet.
No, I don't see a clean sheet.
Okay.
This current Super Falcons team, there's something wrong with the defense line. Skosko is disturbing them. So it's they've been conceding goals left, right, and center. Malawi conceded, miraculously escaped Zambia. Considered against Egypt, low-ranked Egypt. Are you expecting Cameroon not to score? Yeah, they will score, but I think we've got the firepower to outscore Cameroon. So it's going to be 2-1. Hard-fought 2-1. That will be the scoreline for the Super Falcons to defeat the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon.
Nobody thinks this is going to go into a penalty.
No, I don't think it will go into a penalty.
No extra time from you.
No, we've had none so far, so I don't think it's good that the women, they know how to end their games early.
Yeah.
There's always one side that is very, very dominant, or one side that just finds a way to turn things around. So I don't think it's going to end in penalties.
Okay. Do you think it will end in penalties? 08109510951. That is for the phone lines, and for the SMS and the WhatsApp for 0701933999. Power, who gets the fire? We have been talking the Super Falcons. It is their quarterfinal clash today against Cameroon, and you can even say it's a derby. We have met these people over and over again. Our West African sisters in this case. We'll not say West African brothers. They are our West African sisters in this case, and we are going to be meeting them again. And it's not just meeting them. It's not just securing a place in the semi-finals. It is also about getting a place in the World Cup. It is also about securing a place in the World Cup. I talked to somebody, and the person said it is better Nigeria just gets this place at the World Cup than for them to even go on to get the 11th title. So for you, caller, for you listening to us out there, do you think that Nigeria can pass through Cameroon today? Do you think that it's just going to get done at normal time? The guys here think that there is no extra time, there is no penalties for this one, and Cameroon or the Super Falcons would be winners at exactly 90 minutes. 90 minutes plus at that time, you can say. And for you out there, which player do you think would stand out today? We have a whole lot of talents in the Super Falcons. You can mention them over and over again, but who do you think is going to be a standout player? Or even if it is more than one, maybe you can have like two standout players. You can have a standout player in the defense, in the midfield, and even in the forward. So which player do you think is going to be that standout player for you today? And this clash is going to be taking place by 6 p.m. Nigerian time. Hello, caller. Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hello, good evening. Welcome.
My name is Eli.
Okay, welcome. Your thoughts.
Yeah, Baba Jide will do it today.
Okay.
Score.
Okay.
I will score. She will score twice. Yes, I believe that.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your thoughts. We really appreciate that. Well, there is Benjamin Mina in the studio. And Benjamin, just quickly, the Super Falcons coming up against the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon today. I mean, you can say it's a derby. I mean, they are our sisters. We have been meeting them a whole lot. And we're going to be meeting them in a must-win clash. Somebody must win because a whole lot is at stake, a semi-final spot, and also a ticket to the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup. How do you see this one panning out today for the Super Falcons? Do you think they would actually progress over Cameroon, or you think Cameroon has gotten this one? And you can even add in a scoreline for us.
Well, it's a make or meanwhile, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening to the guys in the studio. Good evening to our listener out there. It's good to be here. Like I said earlier, like I was saying, see, the truth is, it's a make or break situation for the Super Falcons of Nigeria, because at this point in time, many still haven't really believed in, or still didn't believe in, don't believe in, what's it called now, Justin Madugu, the coach of the side, because they believe that the girls won the last AFCON because of their individual brilliance, and maybe the way Randy Waldrum has actually, built that team proud before now going into, the man was sacked, didn't win anything, but many could cut Justin Madugu some slacks that, he actually won the last AFCON, but I'm one of those that don't or haven't really believed in the man, his tactical abilities and all that. You could see some games where we struggle. Even in this WAFCON, we struggled. In as much as we've qualified to the quarterfinals, we've struggled. Even against Egypt, we actually struggled, conceded both goals, shambolic defending, and the team have not been playing with that coherence and, that oneness. But again, it's what it is. It's a situation that this is where we find ourselves, so we have to do with what we have for the moment. The girls, what is at stake right now is if they get to win against Cameroon, they get to qualify they get to pick one of the tickets and hopefully get to the semi-finals and do the job. I'm tired of conquering Africa. Let's see if we can, write our names in the history book in the world when it comes to the World Cup. But first, we have to, scale through and jump the hurdle in front of us, which is the indomitable lionesses of the Cameroon national team. The female national team. But in as much as you say Cameroon is not a powerhouse anymore in terms of women football, but you could argue the fact that Malawi are debutants in the competition and they beat us 3-2. So since that game, I think they've woken up. They've showed that it's a wake-up call for everyone in that team. Both the players have been starting games and the one that haven't really kicked the ball. It's a wake-up call for them to put all their efforts and see how they can actually go past this game, win the game and go to the next level. Most people believe that the female national team, that's the Falcons, have been more productive than that of the male. It's an argument for another day, but I feel the same thing. It's, when all hope is lost in the national teams, you get to look at the Falcons and say, we can actually do it. The Falcons can do it, make us proud. And that's what we've seen. Let's hope that they get to make us proud, continue to make us proud and get to not just the quarterfinal, not just the semi-final, but the finals, and hopefully get to win the trophy and then come back home. That's going to be the icing on the cake. The World Cup is the bigger picture. But you can win the trophy and put the icing on the cake and celebrate you more. In as much as when you win, you get promise from the president, and you've not received the past one, and you win this one, you get another promise. What you could do? You better say they owe you than say they don't owe you.
I have bread is better than.
But I see them going past the indomitable lionesses, but it's not going to be an easy ride. It's never going to be. It's going to be more or less like the game between Nigeria and Zambia. Remember, we don't have that defense anymore. Our centre back, Damien, has she was red carded in the game.
She's going
before.
to be coming back. She's going to come back in this match.
Okay, so she's going to be starting this game. So let's hope that we get to lock up the defense and bring our A game into the team, the tournament, because Ohale Sinachi have never been herself coming into this team. Damien too, same thing. The defense have been shaky. We've seen we've seen confidence in Michelle Alozie there. She considered a penalty, but again, this is the Alozie we used to know. When she plays the right back position, not the coach pushing her to the left back position. Let's just hope that whoever is selected, we get to put up our best performance and go past the indomitable Lions. I have that feeling that we will go past them. And if I have to say scoreline, a 2-1 scoreline or a 3-1 scoreline will be okay.
You do not see the game going into penalties?
Not at all.
Okay. Well, let me take this one from the SMS portal. And this one says, believe me, it's a goalless draw and will end in penalties. If others didn't end, this one will end. I know that a typical Nigerian will allow emotions to control his prediction, but without sentiment, we are out. That is from Love God from Abua. And this other one says, good afternoon to you all. I am a bearer of Jesus from Port Harcourt. Let the truth be told, Super Falcons have what it takes to win their match today. Let them work on their defense. Good luck to them. If they win, I will do giveaway. May the giveaway reach me, Sha. Anyways, that was from a bearer of Jesus from PH. Well, that is all we can take for the football segment of today's Sports Live. The next voice you'll be hearing is that of Somto Isaac for the transfer show. But from me, Thompson Blessing, this is Baba.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wangpo, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Where the transfer special is always very, very interesting because we get to dictate everything that happens in that beautiful game of football. And of course, when you see the start of the season is almost upon us, every team is looking to improve, every team is looking to do better than they did last season. This also involves playing personnel. Hey, you could get down to the coaches, or it would also mean that the team could have a total overhaul. And it's heating up in the transfer window, from the likes of Arsenal to Chelsea to Liverpool to Manchester City to Manchester United. Of course, don't forget Tottenham Hotspur moved to the La Liga. I talk about Barcelona and Real Madrid, and of course Atletico de Madrid moved to the French League on Paris Saint-Germain, doing a little bit of an interesting business that they would classify Bayern done with their business. But hey, Borussia Dortmund still in the mix of things in the German Bundesliga and Bayer Leverkusen. And of course, in the Italian Serie A, there's the businesses of Juventus, AC Milan, Inter Milan, and of course Napoli, who would be losing Romelu Lukaku anytime soon. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sumto Isaac, and we're here to discuss and dissect everything that's happening in the ever-exciting world of transfers. I know this is the part of the show a lot of people look forward to because, hey, there is no better feeling than that feeling of transfers, knowing that your club is getting a new face, knowing that your club is getting a new player, knowing that your club is getting in someone better, or it could be worse. And here, we'll discuss all of that in detail. The money, the wages, the transfer fees, and everything concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Transfer Show.
the gentlemen in the house ready to dissect, ready to give their opinions on every single thing we want to do when it comes to the exciting world of transfers. Weigh in and weigh out, of course, everything that these clubs are doing. And of course, hey, in case you don't know, the new season is just upon us. It's the frenzy of the 2026-2027 campaign. Hey, when we say the transfer show, it's not only for us to get in our thoughts on the show. This is something we want you to be heavily involved in. Ladies and gentlemen, you have the thoughts. So obviously your clubs are doing things. So you want to also weigh in on everything that we'll discuss here. We're not the only ones permitted to speak. You also are allowed to get in your thoughts. It's transfers. I mean, you could also want to know what your club is doing. You want to know how your club is handling their own business, and you want to weigh in on how your club is handling those business. And of course, we are here to give you all of that. The phone line is on the offer. As we say, communication is never complete without feedback. 0810 951 0951. 0810 951 0951. That's the phone line. You can do well to get in your calls when we do open the phone lines, or at random at intervals, and of course we would be happy to oblige to get your thoughts. And of course, the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is constantly open. There's no shutting down for that one. Ever active 247 0701 933 9962. I'll take it again slowly. 0701 933 9962. That's the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. Getting your thoughts by the second, by the minute, and of course by the hour. We're still very active through all our social media handles. In case you don't know, YouTube Live is Today951FM. That's our YouTube channel. Of course, we're live there. Today951FM. On Facebook is Today95.1FM. On Instagram is TodayFM951. Next is TodayFM951. And of course, we're active on Twitch. The handle is TodayFM951 also. And you can listen audio only via the website www.todayfmlive.com. Click listen live either via the homepage or from the menu list. Also connect via TuneIn and Radio Garden apps. Search for Today 95.1 FM. Of course, Benjamin Mina is still in the house this evening. And of course, where else to start? But they say it's no more glory days anymore. But let's start from the theater of dreams. let you know that, of course, some of the transfer news making the headlines, because, of course, the transfer show is not just about us sitting here and providing in-depth analysis on what we're noticing in the world of transfers, or what is to be expected, or what has been done, but it's also just to give you an overall lengthy update on everything that's happening in the world of transfers. So I'll give you some of the reports from the tabloids. Barcelona are in continued talks with Manchester City over the signing of Rodri and have made an increased bid of £51.4 million for the Spanish midfielder, who is 30 years of age. That's according to Sport in Spain. The Sun is reporting that Christian Romero would like to join Arsenal, but Tottenham Hotspur have no intention of allowing the 28-year-old Argentina centre-back move to their North London rivals. Mundo Deportivo in Spain. Sorry, Benjamin, you say what?
Tottenham still get rival.
Mundo Deportivo in Spain is also reporting that Romero is an option for Barcelona, who are also set to let Uruguay centre-back Ronald Araujo join Liverpool, who's 27 years of age, on loan. Not completed, though. The Araujo to Liverpool deal were very, very close. So, hey, Romero could be a replacement for Ronald Araujo. The Athletic is reporting that Nottingham Forest are set to sign Ivory Coast centre-back Ousmane Diomande, 22 years of age, from Sporting Lisbon for £34 million. Now, Ferran Torres, according to the ESPN, has told Barcelona he wants to join Paris Saint-Germain after agreeing personal terms with the European champions. Times is reporting that Everton and Crystal Palace have held talks over a potential swap deal involving English winger Dwight McNeil and Palace's winger Brennan Johnson. Football Insider is also saying that Tottenham have held advanced talks with Manchester City over signing Brazil winger Savinho, who's 22 years of age, with a package worth £60 million, believed to be enough to complete the deal. Athletic is also reporting that Aston Villa are closing in on a full agreement to sign Italian left-back Matteo Ruggeri, 24 years of age, from Atletico de Madrid. And Southampton's Shea Charles could still move to Leeds if they offer more than Fulham's current £30 million bid. That's according to Football Insider. Niklas Füllkrug, according to Bild in Germany, they are saying he has agreed terms with Venezia, but the move has been blocked because of West Ham's asking price for the 33-year-old Germany striker. And of course, Athletic is also still reporting that West Ham have reached an agreement in principle to sign Israel winger Mano Solomon from Tottenham Hotspur. He's 27 years of age. Now, Gazzetta dello Sport in Italy is reporting that Fenerbahce has set to finalize a deal to sign Belgium striker Romelu Lukaku, 33 years of age, from Napoli. Napoli, of course, will owe Chelsea a sell-on fee from this one. We saw, what's the name of this player who has a sell-on? Oh, why do I fail to remember this? No. It's a recent transfer. Oh, my goodness.
From what team?
That's what I'm even trying to remember. Is it Bruno Guimaraes' deal that has a sell-on?
Yeah, that's Arsenal, Newcastle.
Newcastle, yeah. Lyon has a sell-on from Newcastle.
Newcastle, yeah.
So, yeah, that's what I was trying to compare. So, Lukaku could get something from Napoli. But those are just a few updates. I'm giving you a tantalizer, just the starter pack of some of the very many transfer stories you will be getting on the show this afternoon. But let's travel to the United in the transfer window. They did progress to the UEFA Champions League for this season, and again they will be playing on four fronts. Last year was just a couple of games they played in other competitions. I mean, they were knocked out early in the FA Cup and Carabao Cup to Grimsby, FA Cup to Brighton, and Carrick came, saved the wheels at United for them to progress to the Champions League. But they've just made a couple of signings. Andre Santos from Chelsea, £48 million. Caldalo has been brought in as a reserve goalkeeper from Leeds United on a free transfer. Yuri Tillemans has also come in from Aston Villa for £35 million. Benjamin, the question on the offer today, looking at how the Manchester United squad is, and I look at this squad holistically right now, I'm looking at this Manchester United squad. I, of course, see the number one goalkeeper for Manchester United. It's not the star name. Maybe they had David De Gea. It's not Kasper Schmeichel. It's not Edwin van der Sar. First of all, the goalkeeper of Manchester United is Sane Lammens, who's the number one. He's not the number one for his country, by the way. And he did make that costly error in the World Cup. So, do they need an upgrade on that? Now, look at the defense. Really, United's team, Nusa Mazraoui, Lisandro Martinez, Matthias De Ligt, Harry Maguire, Diogo Dallo, Lenny Yoro, Luke Shaw, Aiden Heaven. Look at the midfield. I called two names which they recently got into the midfield. Andre Santos, Yuri Tillemans. By the way, Tillemans is even injured. He has a thigh injury, and there is an expected return date of around maybe the 10th of August. But then, Yuri Tillemans, Andre Santos, Kobe Mino, also in the Manchester United team in the midfield. Of course, Bruno Fernandes up front. Marcus Rashford, Brian Umbremo, Benjamin Sesko, Matthias Cunha. Mason Mount got injured in their preseason game. Joshua Zexi, Tienan Thompson. Are you satisfied with this Manchester United squad? Should they be? The question on the offer is: should Manchester United, first of all, before we progress to any other thing, should they be doing more, or is Michael Carrick looking at it and saying, "These were the guys who got me the goods last season. It was for a half season. I can still work with this same set of guys, but you factor Champions League, FA Cup, Carabao Cup. Should Manchester United do enough, or you don't tweak? If it's still working, don't change it."
Well, I think if you look at the top four, United and Liverpool they are going through. I wouldn't say. Well, Carrick is not new to United. Let me take it from there. He's not new to United. He's not just a player for United. He's a legend for United, and the players want to play for him. And I feel that in as much as you're playing huge competitions, the likes of Champions League football, Premier League 38 games, Champions League inclusive 50 something games, the Carabao Cup is there, the FA Cup at some point, if you get to prioritize it. And, a club like United will want to get a hold of any trophy they can get, so it's not going to be bad if they get to, be front runners in the cup competitions, especially the domestic cups. That's the FA Cup and the Carabao Cup. So I just feel that looking at United and Liverpool, I was comparing them in terms of transfers that they've done this season. And for Manchester United, they are just coming to Europe. So I believe that they are going to fancy their chances of going, far into the competition. So they need lots of mature heads. And looking at the defense line of Manchester United, I feel that the only person that is the only two persons that are capable, of bringing that experience.
The rest are incapable.
No, I'm coming. The only people that are capable in terms of experience-wise in that centre-back position is Harry Maguire and the Argentine international Lisandro Martinez. And you ask yourself, how many games can Lisandro Martinez give to you? Lisandro Martinez. Yeah, how many games can he actually give to you? The man is always injured. Yeah, he's a very good centre back, very aggressive. He can go to ground. He has that aerial ability at some point too. But you ask yourself, how many games can that man play for you? He's always injured. And then you look at the other options. You've got Matthias De Ligt. The man is mostly injured. You've got Heaven. The man, he's a young man that is learning. Euro is there learning, but they've not gotten that huge experience to actually, go through those. I'm not writing them off. I'm not saying these young lads, they can put up a good performance and they want to, write their name and cement their places. That's not the reason why you bought them. You saw their potential. You feel they can actually go all the way. So, but I feel that United, then you look at the left back position. You've got Luke Shaw in that position these days. Even if he's more or less been used to playing as centre back, maybe he could be an option there. But I still feel Luke Shaw should maintain his left back position. Yeah, you've got Luke Shaw there. You've got what's his name now? The man Dogu. You've got Dogu in that position.
That's still going to be playing. He shined like a million stars
in
going forward.
The wing back position, but you look at the way Carrick is playing. Carrick is not the the man defense
I think when
manager.
Carrick came, he was playing
But,
himself as a left winger.
Yeah, you could actually play there. It's an option, you know. That's why I said the players want to play for him. The players want to sacrifice that position in as much and play for him, you know. Then looking at the midfield position where I really have concern is Casemiro leaving, and you know how experienced Casemiro is. The man brings a lot into the game and into the dressing room. You know, he's one of those influential players in the dressing room with what he has achieved. You know, command respect and all that. Yeah, Kobe Mino is going to be playing this season because of the absence of what's his name now, Casemiro leaving. He's going to be playing. Bruno Fernandes is going to be playing. Now, who is a third midfielder?
Tielemans.
It becomes a question. Tielemans is always injured.
Santos.
So I believe Santos is going to be playing from the wings. Yeah.
Really? Why do you think so?
For me, I think that number 10 position, it's not going to be, what's his name, Bruno Fernandes.
I think Santos plays
not going to be back
more of a
down.
central midfield role.
So I feel that United midfield going into next season is going to be, what's his name, Kobe Mino, Fernandes, and Tielemans, if fit. Now let's say those three. You've got an option of Santos if he's not playing from the wings. You put him inside the midfield. Now looking at this United team, you've got 30% of these players always injured. Lisandro Martinez is always injured.
Exactly. I was going to ask you that.
Now,
when they profile these transfers,
yes.
are they not trying to look for players who probably... I know injuries is not part of the plans.
No, definitely injuries is going to be part of the plan.
You have to start looking at track records because most of your players are not fit.
Yes, exactly. Looking at it, you see, if you want to sign players, look at your track record and players that can play long. Lisandro Martinez is always injured. Delete is always injured. What's his name? Let's say in the defense line, that too. Luke Shaw.
Luke Shaw is always injured.
He's injured. That's out of the 6 players you have in your defense line, three is mostly injured. Now you come to the midfield. Tielemans experience, but injury.
I mean, Ugarte now is injured.
Ugarte is out. He's out injured. So you're looking at that. I think United need at least one. Then let's go to the right back position. What's his name now? The Dalot. Portuguese. Dalot is there. Mazraoui is there. And you know that Mazraoui is not a natural right back. In most games, the man is mostly confused. So I feel United need at least one right back or a defender that can play as a right back and maybe other position. And that midfield, you need one midfielder in case of injuries. Maybe they are banking on maybe the youngsters from the academy could, but I don't know. I feel that United should get at least 2 players going into the season. Now, in the attack, they've got lots of options. They've got Brandon Mbuemo, what's his name, the Ivorian, Amad Diallo is there, Benjamin Sesko is there,
Matheus
Cunha is there, Rashford is back, the man with plenty hair.
Mason Mount, maybe Zegzi.
Zegzi is there. Yeah, Mason Mount too. Mason Mount could play as a midfielder. He could play as a midfielder.
They played yesterday, right? And he was injured.
He could play as a midfielder, but the man is mostly injured. So United should factor all this. You have, let's say you have 100 players. Out of that 100 players, 40 are always injured. 40% of the players are injured. Will you use 60 players, 60% of the players to play close to 70 games next season? That's a big question. So I think in as much as they love Carrick, they want to play for Carrick, they should get players because it's not the usual season for them. Because the usual season, they've been out of Europe for a very long time. So don't get used to the fact that you've been out of Europe for a very long time. You are going into Europe. I'm not saying go and spend crazy money on players. Maybe because the market is inflated, so they are looking at who and who can we get.
Are they looking at the fact that they focused on attack last summer and
last summer? Yeah, they focused on the attack. I feel this time they should focus on the midfield and the defense line. Yeah, that should be. If not, fatigue will set in.
Because every team now and then
set in.
Gets
now
in
they've
players.
just played a couple of friendly games. Mason Mount is out. Your new signing is out. Maybe it's going to be fit by September. and you say the league is coming, maybe those players, the players are fit to prosecute till that time. What if that time other players get injured? So you have to factor this. Injury is part of the game, so you have to put this thing. So I feel United need at least a midfielder and one defender. That's what I think. And you know Harry Maguire, he could play games, and today you hear he's ill, this, that. Euro gets to come in tomorrow. Delete. I can't remember the last time he wore the United shirt. He's beginning to remind me of Christopher Smalling in his latter days of his career. Phil Jones, we hear is always signing a new contract for United, but we don't see the man at all. So I feel that, come on, they are in the same position with Liverpool at this point in time, especially centre back position for Liverpool. Today they had a friendly game, Liverpool against Monaco. Van Dijk and Ndukwe paired. Let me call it like a Nigerian man, Ndukwe. But the guy's name is Ndukwe, but you know the white people Ndukwe. But they paired, right? In the first half, they played beautiful football. But trust me, Ndukwe cannot be registered because the Premier League have taken out that extra one slot. So he's going on loan. Now, what's his name now? The man Arroyo is coming. Let's say Van Dijk and Arroyo get to start. 6'3", both of them, 6'3", they get to start. They are struggling in the right back position. Frimpong played today. Okay, Frimpong was used as a right winger. Now, what's his name played? Kumas played as a right back. Very solid energy and all that. Kumas is going to be going on loan.
I mean, they said Araujo is coming to also cover the right back position.
Yes, but mind you, that man is always injured too. So I know Liverpool did an emergency loan, right? Because Bradley is going to be coming back by September. What's his name now?
I think that should even be the number one choice right back.
Yes, he's his first choice right back. Joe Gomez is fit, but you can't bank on Gomez. The man is mostly injured. Emergency loan coming in. So I feel instead of the loan, get a proper defender. Yeah, you could say Yaket. Yaket is going to be back by September too. But how many games till September? 4 games, 5 games. You don't pick up maximum point 4 games, 5 games. The morale is dropping. New manager. So I feel just go out, get one centre back. For United, they need at least 2 players, 2-3 players, one centre back, and a right back, and maybe a midfielder.
Are you comfortable with the goalkeeper?
And the goalkeeping position, I was coming to that. Yeah. Part of the reason why Andre Onana was shipped out was because of his,
theatrics.
Yes. The man could give you a hat trick of mistakes in a bounce. United were fed up, and then he was shipped out to Trabzonspor. The man is redeeming himself there, and United told him, "Hey, man, don't come back. We don't want you. Don't come back." And I like when clubs tell you plainly, "Don't come back." So you start looking for, an option, not where you come back, you sit on the bench again and all that. So they told the man, "Dude, don't come back." So now, what's his name now? He's leaving. What's the goalkeeper now? United goalkeeper.
Sané Lammers?
Oh, Lammers is here. Sorry. So I feel that United, if you must compete, go for a top keeper. Go for a top goalkeeper. I'll give you an example. When Liverpool lost the Champions League against Real Madrid in the final, you could remember the goalkeeper that was there, Karius. Dejan Lovren was part of that team. Liverpool went to get an upgrade of Karius. That's Alisson. Virgil van Dijk was brought into that team. I think, was he part of that team that lost the final to Real Madrid? He was, right? Now they brought an upgrade. What happened the next season? They won the Champions League. I feel that if you must compete, in as much as the market is inflated, how much did Liverpool get? What's his name? Alisson then was close to 40 million, 35 million plus add-on, 40 then. But because they knew what they wanted, they knew they need an upgrade in this position. They got their man, Alisson could, one-on-one situation, you know that Alisson could bail you out at some point. That's what the goalkeeper does. Now, I feel United, now you ask yourself, who are the top goalkeepers available? One thing about me that I believe is everybody has got a price. If you can match the price, take the player. PSG, Neymar. They bought everything about Neymar out of Barcelona's hand and they took Neymar. Simple. See, you need to take the bull by the horn. If you can, you can at some point, your defense could give you that 5-star performance. But you need, I can remember when David De Gea was the United goalkeeper. The back line could be fumbling, but you see the hair saving them always. So get a top goalkeeper. If you can't get Martinez from the Premier League, from Aston Villa, he almost left, but because the offer and all that, get Martinez. If you can't get him, there are keepers, there are goalkeepers that you get. All Black. The man should be leaving, but because there's no suitable offer, the man still find a way to stay at Atletico de Madrid. They are top goalkeepers. Look for a way and get a goalkeeper. If not, I'm not praying doom for United. They will go for about it. You get to a time when you look at your backline and say, goalkeeper. As a player, I remember when I was playing, you look at it and say, my keeper, Ingo, when the attacker is almost going to the keeper, I say, you know what, Ingo throw away the ball. That's because you believe in your goalkeeper. So I feel United should go get a top goalkeeper if they'll have to perform very well this season. Remember, United are trying to build their reputation in the league. I'm not saying in terms of how many Premier League you've won. Over the years, they've not been having good performance. Over the past few years, they've not been having very good performance in terms of league finishes. They are now coming up. They've qualified for the Champions League. You need to sustain that momentum. It's not that you come to the Champions League this season and next season you're struggling to qualify. You end up, let's say, 5th or 6th, and then you didn't qualify. So you need to maintain that momentum. And how do you maintain the momentum? You need to get top quality signings. And your squad needs to be rich in terms of squad depth. If not, I don't think United would do more than we see last season. Last season might just be better than this season if they don't get the necessary players in the necessary department.
I'm getting a bit of breaking news from the Athletic. That story I did tell you earlier, but it's now very concrete talks right now. Everton are in concrete talks to sign Brennan Johnson from Crystal Palace. It could be a swap deal that will see Dwight McNeil then move to Crystal Palace and Brennan Johnson to Everton. So keep you up to date on that particular one. But Benjamin, let's talk names now. I know you talked about Emi Martinez and Jan Oblak and any other goalkeepers who could be in the market. Maybe not. Maybe Martinez, yes. Jan Oblak, that could be a high reach. I don't know any other goalkeeper that could be available. But it's a transfer market. You could just try, and you know the effort that comes from that. Now, let's talk about the midfield and the defense. Let's talk names now that could be in Manchester United's midfield next season. There was obviously concern that the signing had to be 2 midfielders on a playing level, but Manuel Ugarte's injury at the World Cup changed it all. And it seems like they have to sign 3 because it's an ACL injury. It's not going to be any short-term injury, and they say, oh, keep it till January and then we'll move on from January. It's an ACL. Adam Martin is one name that has been mentioned. Elliot Anderson moved to Nottingham Forest. Do you also think with the kind of player that they lost in Casemiro, should they have gone all out for Bruno Guimaraes, maybe rival Arsenal for that signing? João Palhinha could still be available. Should that be a reserve signing that they should look at? Names in midfield and the defense for Manchester United. I mean, Liverpool searched and said, okay, let's cope with Ronald Araujo on loan and with an option to buy. What names are out there that Manchester United should look at to boost this squad?
You know, I feel that for United, come on, because you lost Casemiro doesn't mean that you should go all out and get that midfielder that looks like Rodri. Rodri kind of midfielder, or what's it called now? Top. Let me just use let's say break the bank for, a top quality midfielder. But again, you could look at it and say United, they could actually. I felt that United could have rubbed shoulders with Arsenal for Gumaresh, because they need that combative kind of midfielder. Yeah, it reminds me
exactly what I was saying, because that profile
it reminds
is
me
a
of
little bit missing.
Casemiro's profile when he was at Real Madrid. Yeah, even if he came with a reputation to United, but at the early stages wasn't really rosy, for the man. But I feel that United should have rubbed shoulder with Arsenal for that signing, because maybe they want to give the likes of what's his name now, Kobe Mino a chance. Maybe they want to give him a chance and see if he could build, into that midfield, that midfielder that they wanted, into that Paul Pogba kind of midfielder, combative kind. But Kobe Mino, I feel, is a very good player, but he's
I think I
not.
even see shades of character in
He's
Mino.
not. Yes, he's not combative. He's like Michael Carrick, gentle on the ball, but he's wicked intelligently. He's very intelligent.
Very intelligent.
Yeah, but very gentle on the ball. So I feel United right now would need that combative
Roy
kind of midfielder.
Keane-esque.
Because you look at United history. I was coming to that. You look at United history. They've got combative midfielder over the years. Paul Scholes was combative. What's his name now? The man you mentioned, Roy Keane, combative. Pogba at some point was combative. What's his name? When Rooney was shifted into the midfield, he was in number 9 at his early days, but he had to be brought into the midfield because of his creativity and all that. The man was a bit combative. And you look at the way Michael Carrick plays. He reminds you of the old United days during his playing days, and I feel that's how he wants to continue, and that's what works for him. So I'm of this opinion that you don't change what works for you. Just look for a way to spice up things and continue with that. And I feel that's how Carrick wants to continue playing, because he played that way last season. It helped him qualify for the Champions League and brought the ginger back to Old Trafford and all that. So I feel that that's how he wants to continue. But if you want to continue the way, why don't you get a combative midfielder? But I was looking at, maybe they feel that if they get a combative midfielder or another midfielder, a starter, not a midfielder that will come and, let's say, deputize. I feel that if they want to, they feel that if they get that midfielder, it will cut off the development of Kobe Mino. Because last season, the man didn't really play under what's his name now, the former manager Ruben Amorim. Amorim didn't really believe in him and all that, and the World Cup situation didn't really help. So I feel that it will demoralize the man if they get to bring another midfielder, a top quality midfielder. But see, if you want Kobe Mino to improve and learn, he needs somebody to learn from. Yeah, he has learned under Casemiro. He's a top quality player in his early days and latter days, but I feel United still needs a top quality midfielder. Elliot Henderson has moved, but there's still Adam Watson at Palace, a very fine midfielder. Yeah, maybe they are looking at the money. They would say 100 million. This is that. There are options. You could say a player swap. Different options of.
I mean, Palina is still available.
Just try. Yeah, Palina is fine, but how old is Palina? It's like replacing Casemiro with Casemiro, age-wise. Casemiro, Palina is 32, 33. Casemiro is 30, 34, 35.
I mean, it's just for the short term.
See, remember United did a short term that is affecting them till tomorrow. Get a midfielder. You brought Paul Scholes back. You're now going to bring Palina.
You say Paul Scholes or Casemiro?
They brought Paul Scholes back from retirement.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yes. Get a younger player. Get a player that could be minor, could be rubbing shoulder. That way you improve them. Both of them, the competition level will improve them. Yeah, stopgap. Yeah, maybe you could bring in Paulina. Let me buy into that. Maybe you bring in Paulina, plays for 1 season or 2 seasons, and Kobe Minor starts, or starts, playing regularly. But I feel that, hey, if you're going go all out and get a midfielder that
What
will
about
give you
Manu Kone?
5, 6, 7 years. He's an option too. He's an option. Yeah, he's a very good option. There are people out there that United could get for cheap, 50 million at most. You could get, yeah, Kone is, I feel with 50, 60, you could get Kone. You need a combative.
What about trying for Camavinga? I mean, have Mino Camavinga
and
in some instances.
and Real Madrid want to sell Camavinga right now, but the man said, "I'm not leaving." United will come and tempt the man. The man could say, "I'm going." That was how they tempted Casemiro. We'll add, if you qualify for the Champions League, we'll add I've forgotten the figure to your wage. The man followed. Show the man the project. Add money to the project. The man will follow you. There are options. Don't hide behind, we want to develop this player. See, Liverpool had Rio Ngumoha. We saw what the man could do last season. But they went ahead to get Munez. Not because they want to hamper the development of the young man, but because competition in sports bring out the best in you. And you cannot be playing just that position alone. What if injury comes in? You need options. So I feel United should go out and get a defensive midfielder, not just a defensive midfielder. The way Carrick is playing, a combative midfielder.
Anyways,
Joelinton is part, but Joelinton is injured or sometimes injured, not really. But I feel Joelinton is part of those combative midfielders you can look at.
Okay, let's also get your thoughts. By the way, if you're listening and you're a Manchester United fan, even if you're not a United fan, are you satisfied with United's transfer dealings this summer, or are we just jumping the gun and overlooking the stability that maybe Carrick is trying to introduce and not, change so many of the onion over there at Manchester United? Hey, let us know your thoughts. Are you satisfied with Manchester United's business in the transfer window? And if you're not satisfied, you can tell me which positions you want a little bit of improvement in. If you want names, or if you have names, you can let us know the names that you'd prefer to see at your club. 0810 951 0951. 0810 951 0951. That's the number to call if you're a Manchester United fan. Of course, the SMS and WhatsApp portal is 0701 933 9962. Hi, good evening to you and welcome.
Yeah, good evening, sir. My name is Orlando. I'm a Man United fan.
Welcome, my brother. Welcome.
Yes. I'm hearing what people are saying at Manchester United. Even the signing is not okay. The midfield are not the balance. Since Casemiro left, there's no replacement about Casemiro. So I need a creativity midfielder that compare with Kobe Mino.
All right.
You
got any names?
They would have signed this guy that Arsenal just signed.
Bruno Guimaraes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for your thoughts.
Thank you, sir.
My brother, pleasure listening to you. And thank you for calling. 0810 951 0951. Hi. Good evening. Please turn down the
Good
volume
evening,
of your radio set.
I'm Saka. I'm calling from Ada George.
Welcome, my brother.
Yeah, because I'm not a Man United fan, so.
Okay, no problems.
But the midfield is good because this person, Matheus Cunha, is also a midfielder.
Yeah, can play as a 10.
Yeah, they can go on. Please update me with my team transfer, Chelsea.
Chelsea, okay, sure. I'll give you some of the updates regarding Chelsea, rest assured.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my brother. In case you're not even a United fan, you can call and ask for updates. Sure, we'll take that. Hi, good evening to you. Welcome.
Good evening.
Welcome, my brother.
My name is Daniel. I rep Manchester United.
Oh, welcome, Daniel.
Yeah. I think the Manchester United team from now is not a complete team. the defensive lineup of Manchester United, more especially from the left back, that area where Luke Shaw occupies, they need to strengthen it. The Kobe Mino is young, but the coming of Yuri Telemans is added addition to the team. I think with these two and Fernandez, that midfield will not have that much problem. But the area will have more problem is on the defensive line, which is from the left back particularly. So that's my take.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you for your thoughts on the show this evening. Hi, good evening to you. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome, my brother.
Okay, my name is Daniel. I'm calling from Rumota.
Ooh, another Daniel.
Okay, I'm a Liverpool fan.
Welcome, my brother.
Okay, please, I've been listening to you people. I heard when your guest said that Liverpool bought Alisson for 45 or something. So I was surprised. I thought that it was a 70 million plus add-on because I remember it's the highest this night goalkeeper after Kepa Arrizabalaga read the record. It was 70 million.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. I also had a message on the WhatsApp portal. That was from Chimobi. I was talking around 65 million pounds. I confirmed that it was 72.5 million euros.
Yes. So, okay. Concerning Liverpool, I hope they have this guy. This guy they bought from Parma.
Giovanni Leoni.
Yes, I think the guy.
Rehabilitation. He just started training.
So what I'm saying is that let them try and buy this replacement of Salah, and they get one central back because I believe after this season now, by next season, I don't think Van Dijk will defeat again. So they need somebody who can partner with that Giovanni.
Yeah, Leoni.
From this Jeremy Take, I don't like that guy at all. From when they bought him, precision injury, he just not like I don't like that kind of defender. Somebody can compare with him is this Joe Matip, former Liverpool player. So he's not good for a defender. Be like this, as a cracker will see your presence, know that you are a defender. If they have not even started, they are getting injury all and there. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my brother. Pleasure listening to you. Keep the calls coming 0810 9510951 on SMS and WhatsApp 0701 933 9960. Hi, good evening to you. Welcome. Okay, oh, sorry, we lost that. Do call back, please. Good evening to you. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome, my brother.
Okay. I want to respect of amateur.
Could you adjust your position a bit because your line is breaking?
Okay.
I think this is better.
All right. Don't take a risk of like. Although I'm a Chelsea fan.
Go on, please.
The problem that I have with you is not Mexico. Aside from Maguire's foreign activity, Maguire is not defensive potent. So I think he leaves much the job for the defensive midfielder to cover. So if he wants to progress, Maguire should end his drops. Lisandro Martinez is a better option. Then you with somebody that is cool and fit. Then as for Kobe Mino, if I had Kobe Mino in my team, I wouldn't think he should be on the bench in one day. That boy he has the spirit of Kante. Yeah. So if like of Michael Carrick wants the team to play the way he used to play, then he should back up the defense line and he needs the defensive player to have good rest to protect the midfield and all the attack rather. I think that's my thing.
Okay, thank you so much, my brother, for your thoughts. I really appreciate that. Hi, good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, my brother. Can you hear me? Obina here.
Welcome, Obina. Kedu?
at the moment, we should talking about Nigerian girls Cameroon, not Chelsea, the first team, them, please.
Okay, I think we did talk about the Falcons. I'm not even going to give you the lineups. If you join from 3 p.m.
And what's the time? The time of the match. Be announcing it so that people will have morale and praise them more.
Okay.
Not Chelsea. What is Chelsea now?
Okay, thank you for your thoughts on the show. Well, if you join from 3 p.m., Blessing Thompson and the rest of the lads did cover the Super Falcons' activities against the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon. And you'd have listened that game starts by 6 p.m. So in the next 29 minutes, starts by 6 p.m. But of course, we have a show flow here. And the show flow dictates that the transfer show starts from 4:30 p.m. So we even gave extended time. I think they talked about the Falcons for an extra 10 minutes. Yeah. Before we took over for the transfer show. So we'll definitely give you the update as it regards the Super Falcons. But there is a show flow. There's how the programming goes here. And of course, we'll dictate all of that for you. Doesn't mean we're not going to give you updates on the Falcons. If you also want to weigh in on the Falcons, you are very much allowed to. Keep the calls coming. If you want to weigh in, 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call if you still want to get in your thoughts on the show this evening. Yes, 0810-951-0951. So much talk about midfielders. Alex Scott still available, man. Love players. Hi, good evening to you. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my brother. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday to you, my brother.
My name is Evangelist Sylvester.
Welcome. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm calling from Ogonokon.
Welcome, my brother.
The most peaceful community in Apua, the local government area. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Welcome.
Thank God, is the transfer show, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Manchester, I'm a Chelsea fan. So Manchester United going for they should go and sign a kick from those people that die. I'll help them for this coming new season. They should go and sign Tick. You know that player called Tick?
And Takekubo, is that who you're talking about?
Yes. That guy is a good guy. No club is going for that guy. I'm surprised. I don't know why. If they refuse to go, I would hold my Chelsea because of the guy signed it. And I want to advise Michael Carrick because keeping Kobe Mino on the bench is a disaster. That guy is a fantastic player. Let Michael Carrick use Kobe Mino regularly this season. Then you will get the right result that you want. And for my Chelsea, please, you give me an update on the latest transfer.
Yeah, sure. We'll do that.
You're trying. I pray for you that God will your employers will increase your salary.
Amen.
So really give me an update.
Chai, thank you so much. Amen. I really appreciate that. We appreciate that. We appreciate you listening. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. I think we lost that.
Hello.
Hi, good evening to you.
Good evening. Yeah, this is Chinda calling from Chinda.
Oh, Chinda from Chinda Square.
Yeah. Tell that second to the last caller, you should not insult Chelsea, please. This season, nobody should talk about Chelsea. Nobody should make any comment, negative or derogatory comment about Chelsea, because we are out for everybody.
Very small.
Banter or no banter, we are on our four wheel drive.
If you know we then go banter you.
Tell partners they're not going to feel near us. We'll be trailer, no break.
Okay.
Chelsea, hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, yesterday they were talking. I told them, look, make on they careful. Your sister station. I said, make on they careful because Messi has never win the World Cup. They carry and put in front of Maradona for Argentina. Put him in front. Carry two World Cup. Put for his head. The players now no agree pass ball to him. Throughout 100 minutes, they did not pass ball to him. How far? So. Okay, let's not try Chelsea this season.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts, my brother. Hi, good evening to you. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening, my brother. I can hear myself. I can hear you too. So please turn on the volume of your radio set.
Okay, okay. My name is Wisdom. I'm calling from Ogoni.
Welcome, welcome.
So I'm about Manchester. I'm a Manchester United fan. So and for that left back that Manchester United buy last season between his name is Diego Leo. That guy is very good guy. So I want them to use the guy for that left back side.
Okay, Diego Leon. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you for your thoughts. The calls are still coming in heavily, but let me give you an update on the Super Falcons very quickly. The Super Falcons line up against the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon in the next 23 minutes. Yes, that game kicks off. It's the quarterfinal of the Women's Africa Cup of Nations, and of course the Super Falcons in action. Chiamaka Nadozie is in goal for the Falcons. Michelle Alozie is on the left-hand side of the defense. It's a back four, by the way. Esther Demain Tosin Demain, by the way, pairs with Osinachi Ohale in centre-back, and Shukirat Oladipo plays as the right back. In midfield, Jennifer Echegini is in the midfield. Deborah Abiodun is there. Christy Uchebe is also in the midfield. Up front, Mommy Gio, the captain. Rashidat Ajibade plays from the right-hand side of the attack. Rinshola Babajide had a fantastic game against Egypt. She comes in the left-hand side of the attack, and Gift Monday plays as the striker up front for the Falcons. On the bench for the Falcons is Comfort Erabo, Fatima Oloko, Sikiratu Isa, Gloria Ogbonna, Halimatu, Ayinde, Folashade, Ijamilusi, Rufiat Imuron, Tony Payne, Chiwendu Hezo, Uche Nakanu, Esther Okoronkwo. There's also Francisca Odega, and of course Asisat Oshwala is on the bench. So in case you don't know, again, the lineup for the Falcons, that big quarterfinal game, we win this and we're in the Women's World Cup. Chiamaka Nadozie, Michelle Alozie, there's Tosin Demain, Osinachi Ohale, Shukurat Oladipo. In midfield is Christy Uchebe, Jennifer Echegini, Deborah Abiodun. Up front is Rashidat Ajibade, Gift Monday, and Rinshola Baba Jide. For the Cameroonians, in goal is Makeli Bihina. In defense, there's Ivana Yakana. Obviously, in centre back is Miriam Injadu. Of course, there's also Mai Keith in centre back, alongside the captain of the day, Colette Nzana, who plays from the left hand side of that defense. In midfield, there's Monique Ngok in midfield, pairing alongside Achta Toko, and of course, the final woman in midfield is Charlene Meyong. Up front, there's the woman wearing the jersey number 11, Marie Giselle Divine Nga Manga. Very long name, by the way. Grace Mendua is also there for Cameroon, and Naomi Leslie Njua Eto plays from the right hand side of that attack. Just to get your messages very quickly on WhatsApp. This message from Prosper says, Sonto, good evening. I'm beginning to lose confidence in this Deco guy. Why does he derive joy in giving us temporary happiness? If not, why have we not gotten a here we go on the Rodri deal? This was the same thing he did with Alvarez deal. Then, boom, we're seeing Karim Adeyemi. I'm not understanding the Deco guy. Well, then talks with Barcelona for Rodri. So, just rest assured, right? Rodri has said it's only Barcelona he wants, right? He's communicated to Real Madrid that's Barcelona. So, the fact that Alvarez, the difference is that with Alvarez, Atletico Madrid do not want to even speak to Barcelona, but you're speaking with Man City. So, just rest assured, the deal might be complete very soon, but I understand. Another message on WhatsApp is Daniel from Roommaking. He says United midfield is quite good with Tielemans, Santos, Bruno, Mino. That's solid. What United needs is a backup for Cunha. Gods of Ajax might be a good option. Yeah, but he could be heading to PSG. He says Lamens will be one of the best goalkeepers in the EPL. NS from Woji, you have come again. He says that Arteta should find a side hustle before it's too late because he'll be the first coach to be sacked. In case you missed out, Arsenal lost their preseason game to Borussia Dortmund by 3-2 at the Emirates, no less, this evening. Very quickly, before we turn our attentions to other teams, and of course, as we reach the home stretch part of the show, let's now talk about another team. Let's talk about, speaking of midfielders, let's talk about Manchester City. course, Manchester City. It's the post-Pep Guardiola era. First time in a long time, under a decade, we will not be seeing Pep Guardiola in the Manchester City dugout. But hey, guess who we would be seeing? It's Enzo Maresca, the former Chelsea coach. And of course, when we talk about Manchester City, it relates to Chelsea. So the Chelsea fans who's been asking for some transfer news, there's an update. El Nacional is reporting. El Nacional is saying, it's not me. They're saying that Chelsea boss Xabi Alonso has asked the club to pursue a move for PSG midfielder Fabian Ruiz. PSG are believed to be open to selling the Spaniard for around £52 million. So that's according to El Nacional. That's what they're reporting today. And of course, The Guardian also says that. But The Guardian's report is similar. They say they are preparing to move for Fabian Ruiz, talking about Chelsea. Alonso wants him, he's 30 years of age. Chelsea are looking at a deal that could range around 60 million euros, although Fabian recently renewed his PSG contract and he intends to stay at the club in Paris. Now, of course, Team Talk reports that Manchester City are considering a blockbuster move for Enzo Fernandez, who would be keen on reuniting with Enzo Maresca. Now, Chelsea would demand a huge fee to sell to a Premier League rival, with previous reports suggesting a deal could cost around £116 million. This deal is dependent on Rodri leaving. And also for Chelsea fans who maybe missed out on it, but Chelsea have actually agreed a fee with Rayo Vallecano for Pep Chevarria. So these are some of the few Chelsea stories. I mean, Chelsea have been very active in the transfer market. Danny Welbeck, Jordan Henderson, among the many, Marco Palestra, Maxence Lacroix. A lot of players that they've gotten in even before this summer. Giovanni Quenda, a lot of the players that Chelsea have been making their moves to sign. So, of course, let me give you some more transfer stories before we discuss again. La Stampa reports that Arsenal are preparing a move for Juventus attacking midfielder Kenan Yildiz, also plays on the left-hand side of the attack. Juventus will consider selling the 21-year-old only if they receive an offer well above £86 million. The Gunners may turn to Yildiz following their failed move for Vinicius Junior. Nottingham Forest are preparing a bid for Monaco's Lamine Camara. We hear that is around £43 million, which Monaco value the man. It's going to cost, that's the report from Footy Insider. And also Gazzetta says Lukaku has agreed to join Fenerbahce. By the way, the domino deal means Gabi Jesus from Arsenal could move to Napoli if they are able to agree a deal with Arsenal for the transfer of the Brazilian striker. Now we hear Napoli are prepared to lower their asking price, while Lukaku has agreed a 2-year deal worth around 10 million euros in bonuses. That's for Romelu Lukaku and his move to the team known as Fenerbahce. Barcelona, they have increased their offer for Manchester City midfielder Rodri. Yeah, we did tell you that. And Team Talk is also saying Manchester United, Chelsea and Tottenham have all registered interest in Brentford striker Igor Thiago through intermediaries, while Bayern Munich are also monitoring the 25-year-old. And of course, more transfer stories still on the offer. Al-Ahly have made, not Al-Ahly of Egypt though, of Saudi Arabia, they've made contact with Barcelona over a potential move for Marc Casado. The Saudi club believe they can reach an agreement on personal terms with the midfielder, and Barcelona are open to letting him leave. What about Inter Milan? They've joined the race to sign Moussa Diaby from Al Ittihad, around 35 million euros. That move could cost. Besiktas, according to Shoshku, they've made an offer to sign Tottenham midfielder Conor Gallagher on loan this summer. Manchester City, Foot Mercato and ESPN are reporting they are in final stages of talks to sign Lille midfielder Ayub Bouadi, the 18-year-old, being lined up to move to the Citizens. And this is where we come to Benjamin very quickly, because about City, about their moves for midfielders, they were moving for Ayub Bouadi before it looked like Rodri was definitively going to leave. And this is the question. Replacements for Rodri. Can Manchester City replace Rodri? Who do they get to replace Rodri? Names to be mentioned, like I did say, Enzo Fernandez, formerly with Enzo Maresca at Chelsea. Enzo Fernandez, whole drama during the season, talking about Real Madrid, and all already made him on the bad side of Rosinho. He was left out for a particular game. Was that the FA Cup game or a Premier League game? But he was left out for a game, by the way, in the season. And of course, other names to mention. Even when we're talking about United, I want to say, if Rodri does go to Barcelona, Casado looks like another engine room that could switch. But then, who do City get? Wharton, Buadi, should they just let him be? Are there any other midfielders? Manu Kone is another name, but what is the best option for Manchester City when it comes to replacing a player like Rodri?
I feel you can't replace a player. You know, you can't replace some players. Some players cannot be replaced. You know, what you need to do is get a player that can do a good job. You know, for the team, and especially players like Rodri. You know, it took us years before we could see players like Rodri. You know, before it was the game Sergio Busquets, Marcos Senas, now Sergio Busquets. After a while, we are now seeing what's his name now? Rodri, Declan Rice. You know, so I just feel that Rodri is City just need to, you know, get a good player that could do that job. Boadi is part of those players. Watson is there. We got a few players that could actually do that job, but not as perfectly as Rodri. But that's why I said most players cannot be replaced. You know, so just get players that could do that. Since the rumors, or since Rodri came out to say he wants to move to Barcelona, United and City have been, you know, moving here and there to look for midfielders that can actually, you know, replace the man. And remember, they've got what's his name now? The man from Nottingham Forest, Anderson. They've got Elliot Anderson in that team. Yeah, that's not enough for them. They want, looking at their midfield options, they've got Mateo Kovacic. They've got Tijan Reinders. They've got what's his name now? They've got a couple of midfielders. And remember, what's his name? Bernardo Silva left to the team too, you know, as a free agent. So it's not just Rodri. They're looking at, you know, Bernardo Silva and then what's his name now? Rodri. So I just feel that they just need to get a midfielder that is close to Rodri. Not looking, if you're looking for a player that is toe to Rodri, then I think you're looking at you're looking towards the wrong direction for now. So you could build that player. What you need to do is get a player that is close to that option, and then you can start, because going to look for that for a player like Rodri you can't get. Boadi is there. Boadi good. What's his name now? The PSG man. Fabian Ruiz is there. Enzo Fernandez is could still do a decent job, you know, for City side. So it all depends on what City wants. You know, the kind of player they want going into the new season. Remember, the season is just weeks away from now, 2 weeks from now. So they just need to put their house right early enough. But looking for a player that will replace Rodri, it's like Liverpool looking for a player that will replace Salah. You can't get. What you need to do is just get a player that could do, you know, a decent job. What Salah does and what Salah brings to the table. That's it for me. So for City, they should get their man. They've got many options, but looking at a like for like player, it's no way you can't get those players.
Anyways, the phone line is still open. We've still got around 5 minutes before we can knock things off on the show. 0810-951-0959. I've got more transfer stories lined up for you. You can also send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal 0701-933-9962. Let me hear from you. Do you think who do you think can come in to replace Rodri at Manchester City? What do Manchester City do when it comes to replacing Rodri at the club? By the way, like I said, in case you missed it, Arsenal did lose to Borussia Dortmund in their own pre-season friendly, and of course there's so many more pre-season friendlies going on. Liverpool also lost to AS Monaco in their own pre-season friendly, so that was the sad results there for the Merseyside. Of course, Man City also beating Atletico Madrid by 3-1 earlier today. Hi, good evening to you and welcome to the show.
Good evening.
Good evening, my brother. Welcome.
Program. My name is Steven Nido, calling you from Qatar.
Welcome, my brother.
I read Chelsea.
Oh, the Blues.
For life. Please, if they want to find Man City, if they want to find William Delap, if they want to find William Delap from us, let them give us a Gideon striker.
Erling Haaland, right?
Let them bring Erling Haaland to us. We'll be very glad to have him.
This is your wish, eh? This is your wish. No problem. If it happens. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome.
Hello?
Good evening. Please, can you reduce the volume of your listening device? Can you hear me?
Manchester United, their legend, your Ferdinand, been telling me to join this Cameroonian guy. What's him did? Brighton. So, and
Carlos
Man
Baliba.
United, they go, they find the man 120. It's said, man run. Man United now rush, go sign Santos. Is Santos going to do this? Yeah? You like ship thing. While a good player, this is Gumire now we got the Nosian. The Arsenal now don't get mind to spend more than Man United. And let's start today. Than what's in the. You know, they see all this kind of people. Cheap one. Which time we might start to the pipeline. Now, Man City want to buy Enzo from Chelsea.
Yeah.
Chelsea want to buy make Man give us Haaland. Enzo, give us balance. That's the deal. This coach will be trial. Coming to just now to buy player. Right? Just we ain't go buy player. In the trade. Ain't coming to buy player. If you want to buy Enzo, make
I think he said 250.
I buy 2 players and Watson and LS Scott. That's the deal. So if they know what, make them leave the Enzo for. We have for the party. And they make the Northern players.
Okay.
That's spend money this season. You can see we are serious in the market. So make them leave our players for us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. I was struggling to hear some parts though, but I think I could try to just accommodate it because I didn't want you to. I wanted you to have a swell time. And as from Woody is texting on WhatsApp, it says Chelsea should sell Enzo to City because we can't win the league, but City must not allow Arsenal to win the EPL again. We hear of some breaking news that PSG is set to announce the signing of Luca Dean from Aston Villa very, very shortly. We hear that also Newcastle are looking for reinforcements. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg and João Palhinha are options to replace Bruno Guimaraes and Sandro Tonali at the club. Also, in the world of transfers, I did tell you that Coutinho Romero is open to moving to Arsenal, but I still see the phone lines blinking, but I have to run out of the studio. It was a pleasure doing this with you, Benjamin Mina, by the way. And of course, we return here by 6:30 a.m. tomorrow for Sports Attack, and from 3 p.m. in the afternoon is today's Sports. And my name is Sumto Isaac. Of course, props to Blessing Osas Ovie Wallace, who also held down the show from 1 p.m. down till the bottom of the hour. And of course, don't forget, we return next week for the transfer show, 4:30 p.m. But before that, from 1 to 6 p.m. is the marathon edition every Saturday and Sunday on Today 95.1 FM. Benjamin, you want to say something very, very quickly?
Yes. Happy birthday to my own brother, Emmanuel Okujagu, a.k.a. the Big Seven. Happy birthday to you. Enjoy your day. It's your day. This is coming from your brother, Benjamin Minawachuku, a.k.a. Mayor of Abloma. Thank you and have a nice day.
I would have sung a happy birthday song, but my voice is horrible. I don't want you to hear it. That voice will make a lot of people hate me. But anyways, the Super Falcons will be in action. Go and watch the match, 6 p.m. Let's support the Falcons to victory. Do have yourselves a lovely evening ahead.
I got court lights in the evening. People coming where confidence grows from.
This special radio feature on dental tourism is sponsored by Extreme Dental Clinic Port Harcourt. Have you ever heard of dental tourism? It's the idea of traveling to another city to receive quality dental care while enjoying everything that destination has to offer. Around the world, millions of people travel every year for healthcare. Today, African cities are beginning to write their own stories. Port Harcourt is one of those cities known for its warm hospitality, vibrant business environment, quality hotels, exciting cuisine, and welcoming people. It's becoming a destination where visitors can combine business, leisure, and healthcare. A healthy smile is more than just an appearance. It brings you confidence, comfort, and allows you to enjoy life's moments without a second thought. Whether you're in Port Harcourt for a work, conference, family, or simply to explore the city, taking time to care for your smile can be part of your journey. As you enjoy this music, remember, every journey tells a story, and one of the best souvenirs you can take home is a confident, healthy smile. This is a unique presentation on dental tourism, sponsored by Stream Dental Clinic Port Harcourt. Every trip must begin with a smile. For more information on the Stream Dental Tourism package, visit www.streamdental.ng. Enjoy the music and thank you for tuning in.
Everywhere, new memories, beautiful stars, confidence living inside your heart. Travel far, dream bigger, one smile changing everything. Touchdown smooth, we handle the way. VIP comfort from night to day. Hotel welcome waiting nearby. Peace of mind while the city shines. Premium living, rest and restore. Smart transformation and something more. From your first step to your journey home. Stream Dental, never walk alone. Warm light shining after the flight. Water cold glowing through the night. Travel easy, feel the care. Confidence rising everywhere.